Welcome to Pocket Woman, Lockpicking and Locksport. Today we're going to look at some locks, we're going to give away some locks, and we're going to pack up some locks. We're in the middle of doing a massive mail out of the Parky Brass Memorial Lock. Welcome in. Locksport. What's Locksport? We pick locks, we pull locks apart, we explore locks, we make pins for locks. We create challenge locks, we fix locks, we bring locks back into service, we send locks all around the world so other people can pick them in the community. We exchange locks, we collect locks, we admire locks, we just love the puzzles, which are locks, picking them, pulling them apart, doing all sorts of things. Locks are a lot of fun. If you've got hand issues and stuff, we'll learn how to pick a lock, you get a little bit of dexterity back. If you're bored, you've got anxiety, you've got depression, social anxiety, struggle to get out of the house, get in touch with the Locksport community and start picking some locks. An awesome community is out there. So we're going to complete our task of packing these Parky locks, and we're going to pick some locks, do a giveaway, and call it a day. Let's see how long that takes. It's a late night for a lot of people, it's an early afternoon for some people, and it's early evening for some people. So g'day to everyone, the insomniacs and the other acts, welcome in. We're going to check out that all the Parky locks are functioning. We're going to keep these settings going. So, as always, be polite, be respectful, be PG, no self-promotion, no promoting of products in the chat without prior arrangement with myself. Let's get into packing these. So we need to create a space, grab a board, grab a clamp, and we have ourselves a workspace, which is just here. This is where we're going to pack up our locks. We got the bubble wrap, we've got tape, scissors, extra tape, pen, massive list. Got the list, checking it twice, finding out who's bought a lock or nice. Right, let's do it. So it's the Locksport Hangout. Hang out with the Locksport community. Hang out on the live. Yes, a vertical live. Yes, another vertical. We're getting the verties done. Mixing it up, doing verticals and doing regulars and having fun. Having fun with our locks. How's it going, cracking? Good to see you, mates. So you on a laptop, is that why you're going, God, a vertical? Here we go. That's the parky lock. Absolutely stunning. So we check for function. Is the key going smooth? Does the shackle pop? Nice. We like that shackle snap. Lovely. We got the spare keys, blank keys. So you can create a key with your own bidding, mix it up, make it harder to pick, and do what you like. No worries, Kraken. It's an experiment. We are experimenting. It also has a L bar in it, and that L bar goes in the inside of the lock to change it to key retaining. Key retaining means when you go to pull the key out, it won't come out. It is trapped in the lock. Okay, that lock's done. We check who we're going to send this one to. Grab a pen. Grab the list. Right, that one goes to Mrs. Parky. Yep, no worries, I can understand that. No, vertical lives aren't everyone's cup of tea, Kraken. It's okay to hate them. But at the moment, it's what YouTube is wanting us to do as creators. So, and they're pushing it, and we want our channels pushed. So we want to get Locksport known that it's a happening thing, that there's people on here that are doing live streams. We want to get the word out that Locksport is a happening thing on the tube, and the lives are a great place to hang, learn information, get to meet different people, learn a new skill, ask real-time questions, get a live tutorial right there and then. Where's the tape? There we go. That's the beauty of doing live streams. So we're packaging, we've got to protect the corners so it doesn't bust out of the post bag. So we bend it over the corners and bend it over those corners and cinch it down. You don't want to lose your locks in transit, pack them correctly. You want the person you're sending to get your locks to pack them correctly. Because if they don't get their locks, they get very upset. And the post office doesn't care. Good on you, Kraken. Fight against TikTok, yes. Yep. Exactly. So a lot of people over on the top, on the tick and the top, because it's fast swiping, fast moving. And then there's a lot of people that don't like the fast moving, fast talking, quick changing stuff. They just want to sit, chill and relax and just hang out in one spot. Now, I can feel a corner there, so that's not right. Redo it. Yeah, I think they'll get over it eventually. It's only because it's convenient for the phone that people like the vertical. I've only just started watching stuff on my phone. I rarely watch anything on my phone, just so I can see how it's presented and stuff. And it's like, oh, okay, all right, you can see this much and that much, and okay, it's tiny if you do this, and so it's been a bit of a learning curve to go, okay, well, where do we actually put the lock and stuff so it can be seen? Where do we actually have our hands? Because the bottom third of the screen is taken over by writing. And yeah, trust it. Yeah, you can see through it, but who wants to be seen trying to squint through writing to see what someone's doing? Well, I don't. So you've got to be mindful of where you put your locks, where you put your hands, the top half of the screen. That feels better. Who's this one going to? Elijah. No, Mrs. Park, it's written on there. Okay, we've got it already. Glad the system's working. Mrs. Parky. And that'll be USA bulk. Getting a massive pile of locks over there. G'day, GQ man. Welcome across. I didn't get a chance to notify. If you want to do the notifications, greatly appreciate it. And what are you still doing awake? Thought you Americans were all going to bed now. Marking off Mrs. Parky. Alright, here we go. The next one. Aha, good on you, GK man. Beautiful. Aha, lovely, lovely, lovely. Look at that. Beautiful. Wonderful. Yeah, possibly. But we need to keep those sort of thoughts to ourselves when we're on a PG live stream. G'day, Sean Casey, welcome back. Yes. So the original steel shackles, no, not sending them. Only if someone's requested it. They know they're there, they can request one, but it'll add to the postage. And if I was to add all these shackles, yeah, we'll do a weight. And I'll tell you how much it'd cost to send all those shackles. $1.7 something kilos. That's a lot of shackles. So no, we're not adding an extra nearly 2 kilos to the package just in extra shackles. And no, they were not included. Now where were we going with this? Lockpicking pull. Thanks Sean, always remembering to let people know to whack that like button. Subscribe if you're liking the content. If you don't like it, well, what are you doing here? Rack off. UK direct. So that would be the way it goes. Hey, Lady Locks, g'day, sis, you're still awake. That was a massive live stream you just did. That was awesome. You picked, I don't know, did you end up counting those locks? How many locks did you slay? That was a massive amount of locks. G'day, Inya. You've already done yours, Inya. So how late does that make it for you, Lady Locks? Like, if you're 3 hours in front of Kraken, and Kraken's already saying it's up late, and Kraken's a nighttime shift worker, so be able to handle this sort of late nightness. For me, it's just crack 5 p.m. in the afternoon on a Thursday. So I guess you guys have hit Thursday now. Yep, Yinet's in Thursday. That's weird, yeah, that's YouTube glitching. It's been glitching for over a week now, doing really weird stuff like that. 1:30 in the morning. Yep, crazy YouTube. And you had a good number of people in your live too. That was really good. I noticed. There's a little bit going on in the chat. GK Man was all over it like an ant on a snake. Possibly didn't get the memo. It said let a lot of it slide through so that Ladylocks could just react to it and deal with it herself, unless it was absolutely disgusting. Because we like hearing Ladylocks tear people a new one. So we're letting them slide through as moderators now. There's only certain stuff we're pulling up. On the vertical lives. It's different rules for the other lives. And we can make up the rules as we go along, so we can change our mind as partway through the stream with what we will allow and won't allow, because it's our channel. Does anyone anywhere not have a Ladylocks sticker pack at this point? Good question. I don't. Hasn't arrived yet. But I know I've got one. I've won it quite a few times. So I can pass them on to Aussies. Ah, Sean's received some stickers and some picker chips. No, my package would not be going out. I've asked for it not to be delivered until after the new year, and plus we're going to raise the funds for it. Lockpick and pull. What did Elijah? Did I change that to someone else in my head, did I? Did I not do that? What happened then? Ah, let's try again. It's not marked off. So I'm guessing I haven't done it. We'll give it a go now. Kraken, you're a legend, mate. You put in extra so we can do the bulk packaging to send all these to America. Sean, announcing the 10k giveaway now for Ladylocks. That's actually a good idea. See how fast you can reach 10k by putting out an awesome giveaway. But then would that just attract people who just wanted the giveaway? Where really what you want is subscribers interested in watching your content. No point having 1 million subscribers if only 10 people watch it. Beautiful. Found another glitch. YouTube is only showing 1 like. Yeah, that'd be right. Yes, I have. Got one of the 2 existing. What's happened? Now, try that again. Yours is only showing a white thumbs up, G Kim in, and no numbers. And you just refreshed it. Yeah, good on you, YouTube. Welcome to the party. That'd be good if you... Yeah, but that's, you know, you might as well call that 7,000, you know, give or take 100 and something. So, yeah, for sure, Lady Locks. Just say, just don't even announce a giveaway. Just say, when I reach 10,000, so when you people get me to 10,000, share out my stuff, get your friends all to watch it, get everyone to subscribe. When I hit 10,000, massive giveaway from COVID Instruments. Don't have to say what it is now, work it out later. Just massive giveaway when I reach 10k. Just announce that every live stream, all that sort of stuff. People are interested, they'll subscribe. In the meantime, while that number ticks away, they get to watch great content, get into Locksport, think, oh my god, why didn't I know this thing existed? How come I didn't know it was a thing? Where'd the placky bag go? Oh, over there. Wake up to yourself. G'day, mate. Yes, still practicing for my New Year's 24-hour live stream marathon. Yes. So, I want all these pucky locks done by New Year's, that's for sure. I want some of them heading out the door by then, that's the plan. That's my plan anyway. We'll see what the universe's plan is. While I'm making my plans, it's doing life at me. But you get that. No drones here. Go to L2's channel for drones. Link was in the last chat live stream. You could have picked it up there, which I think you did. Or wake up to yourself. No drones here. Only locks. Locked and locks. Now I'll be doing a little comparison in a minute between this lock and the Lockwood 334B 45, so you can see what the difference is, what the similarities are. Lock Junkie asked, I think it was Lock Junkie, I'm not sure, asked about it, and I'm thinking, that's an interesting question. Let's find the answer. Oh, drone reference was in reference to Sean's audio cutting in and out. Oh, okay. I don't do subtlety very well. I'm more of a sledgehammer kind of person. Mean what you say, say what you mean, make it clear, make it loud. Be out and proud. Wait, where is LL? I don't keep track of her numbers, but I know she's doing good. Yeah, she just told you what she was doing. She's a bit over 6,800 now, so she's already cracked the 8,000, the 800, 6,8 number. So that's awesome. So you're almost there. Stuffed it. No worries, sis. Take care. Thanks for calling in and tickling the watchers. Yeah, and that's when I will carry a slingshot with me at all times. One of those things comes over my head, I'll just knock the thing out the sky, collect the prize and move on. Which I think a lot of people will do if it gets busy droning. People get jack of it. Enough noise, ambient noise, white noise in our environments already without buzzy drones going off over our heads all the time. That'd be an unhappy day. Yeah, they're actually illegal here. It's classified as a weapon. Oh, didn't put where it's going. Hang on. Oh, straight. Cool. I'm running out of space. I have to start piling them up over here. Mark off Elijah. Okay, next one is I think I've already pulled these ones out. Hang on. Alright, we'll do Pakistan next. I'm thinking we might go Pakistan. Welcome, welcome to Locksport. Do you know much about lockpicking, locks, security, padlocks, pulling locks apart, putting locks back together, doing the little puzzle that is a lock? $6 Jones. That'll be right. No, they want to start delivering big things. Well, that's when we're supposed to. It wasn't at 2050 we were supposed to have cars that flew in the sky. Where are they? It's supposed to be my lifetime. I'm going to cark it before they get here. It's like all these promises of technological advances, and all they do is hold them back. They've had this technology for 50 years. It takes 50 years for technology to become common use once it's been discovered, evolved, created. 50 years! I'm going to be on a gopher by then. Better fly, that's all I can say. Better come with jet powered and wings. Want to be able to buzz around the sky on me gopher. Yes, you got to be. The ferals come in. Alright, just need to bring that fan in here. Things are heating up in the lock lab. The phone's starting to get a little bit warmish. Yeah, but this is techie advances, like, well, that's the figure they gave us when we were at school, like, and when I was year 10, computers were first introduced. Didn't even have Windows. There was no search engines, none of that. It was just coding, doing coding, creating loopy things, creating silly things that run across the screen. Boring as batshit. And then chat rooms were all righty and nothing was live, and no, everything took so long to load. Like, there was no point doing stuff because you'd be there half the night waiting for the thing to load. Now that's all changed. That only took 20 years. 20 years. No, I was still in school in the 80s. So from the 80s, it's taken, that's 50 years. Well, 80s to here, what's that, 50 years? What are we, 25, 24 now? 80s is 20 away. That's 45 years. I might as well call it an even 50. Welcome to the people that just like hanging out on live streams, chatting to people, getting to know what different communities are up to. That's why we're doing these vertical lives, to bring Locksport and what we do in Locksport, all different facets of Locksport, to people who may never come across it. And this is your chance to learn something new, check out what a different community does, hang out, ask questions, enjoy the content. Slip and slide. Spontaneous disintegration. Welcome in, mates. Doing these live streams at this time of day. We'll keep going for a few hours. We're gonna see if we can get the Aussies in. They come home from work about now. The cricket's washed out, so I know they're not watching the cricket, because we're not watching the cricket. If the cricket wasn't washed out, I wouldn't be doing a live. I'll be watching the cricket. What's cricket, I hear? Well, it's a bat and ball kind of a game. You've got a deck, and it's like, something like 21 yards long or something. Bowler comes up, bowls it over arms, has to have certain action in their arms and wrists to get the ball legally delivered. There's a method to it, so it becomes a legal delivery. And then the batter at the other end, as the ball's coming towards them at 145 clicks, has got to hit it before the ball hits them or their stumps. They have 3 pegs behind them with some bails across the top, like that, and the bowler is trying to hit those. Also, if it hits the batter on the leg at the right height, at the right angle, you can get out by leg before wicket, because the ball has beat the bat onto the pad, and if the pad wasn't there, it would have hit the wicket. You learnt basics by watching shows on telly. Back in the day when you had to watch shows on telly. Pakistan is down. USA, bulk. Yes, very old computers. Yeah, ours were the IBM stuff, so you must be younger than me, mate. No, put that there, got nowhere else to put it. Right, let's do our comparison. We're going to compare some locks here. Let's go this way. Let's do that. That's good enough. We'll get that in the way. Put this out of the way. Move this. Move that. Move that. Exactly. 80s trash telly. It was shocker. Tell you what, if I had to watch another show where they had people doing, what do they call it? I don't know, like exercise dancing, whatever that is. Ugh, it was horrible. And it was everywhere. Okay, moving these. 1.5 kilos of shackles. Right. Did I mark off Elijah? Yes. Pakistan. Did I mark off Pakistan? Nope. Forgetting the system. Pakistan. Pakistan. Mrs. Parky, Pakistan. Right. Rock and roll, let's do this comparison. Yes, the 20-minute workout. It was on all the shows. Oh, so over it. Okay. Let's compare. There. Let's compare. Let's find the Lockwood B45. Oh, cupboard's been blocked by 40 locks. Okay. We might have to squeeze in. There could be a fall in the lock lab. One more. That's not it. Come on. Okay. Press space. Space. Having locks. Can't get covered. Locks have got to go under it. Locks and more locks. Boxes of locks. see if we can find a Lockwood 334 B45. That's the one. I'm packing up the Locktons, and now we're going to compare the Lockton Parky Lock with a Lockwood 334 B45. That's not it. Not it. Not it. Okay, gonna be in here somewhere. That's not it either. Okay. That's not it. You it? Not it. You're not it. You're not it. You're not it. Ah. Well, just showed you me a box of Lockwood locks. Okay. It's none of those. Alright. We'll have to think about where else we can look for it. So these are all the Lockwood 119 laminated. Now, if you can come across these, you can get them for sale at locksmiths and stuff. You come across them, grab them, because Lockwood does not make them anymore. So once all the stock is sold and gone, it is sold and gone. These locks will become the next collector's item. But they are an extremely difficult pick. The keyway is tighter than a duck's butt, difficult to get around, and if you get one in the wild that's crudded up, oh mate, I was there for 20 minutes trying to pick that sucker. People are probably wondering on the live streams, the people that follow the live streams, because I'm sure there's people that just follow live streams, they're all wondering, why is there all these lock-picking live streams happening at the moment? It's our strategy to get Locksport out into the world, to the wider public, to know that it's a fun sport. Come on, do it. Trashed me cupboard looking for it. So where is my Lockwood 334 B45? It is not where I would have anticipated it be, because there's a lot of places it can be, like up there, all the way behind that lot up top. Yeah, we're going to keep searching for it. Alright, let's have a look up here. That's not it. Oh, that's not it. I know I've got one because I picked it on my channel. And it's not over there. And it's still in its packaging. It's got to be somewhere. I'm searching the cupboard again. Found me stash. It was on the other side of the cupboard. There we go. Oh, lovely. Well, it's an That's the marine version. That's the shiny chrome closed shackle version. Run out of space. And this is the brass version. Let's crack it. The locked-ins are a stunner, so are the Lockwoods. So we're going to compare, and we're going to go, ooh, isn't that a stunning piece of craftsmanship? That is. It's a gorgeous looking lock. It's had a little bit of difficulty getting out of packaging, as you do. Here we go, grab the keys. Right. Okay, let's crack the Lockwood. Oh, mate, that spring, that'll shoot you across the room, that will. Oh, we all can pretend to be a high-functioning adult. Cracking. Last year, I got diagnosed with PTSD, CPTSD, autism, and ADHD. So I'm wondering what else they would like to come up with. Oh, just, haha. That's so nice. Right, let's grab a Lockton. Where'd I put it? Got the go? Oh, right there. Oh, lovely. Yeah, spontaneous disintegration. The wish list of every lockpicker is to have one of these little beauties in your hot little hands. Because I tell you what, people, you cannot get the beauty of these locks just through the camera. I tell you, because there's so much that encompasses the beauty. One is the feel of the lock, the look of the lock, the logos, the depth of the logo, the shackle. Is it brass? Is it chrome? How's the pop on it? How's the shackle pop? Awesome shackle pops equal awesome locks. First thing about a padlock that makes it awesome is the shackle pop. That's the Nike bidding. Oh, that's the bow of the key. Right. So this is the bow of the Lockton. Alright. Parkinson's, as per of YouTube language guidelines. Parky made it his own and still got his message across. Parkinson's disease took him out, turned him into the phoenix, and he has risen again. And this is the memorial padlock. Beautiful. Lovely, 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 lovely. Not as strong a spring as on the Lockwood. So let's do a comparison, shall we? Put the keys aside. Grab. First point of comparison, which is the weight. On Lockton is a brand name. It's a brand name like Lockwood, Master Lock, Crap Lock. It's a brand name. Now the Lockton without keys, with a brass shackle, 293 grams. The Lockwood with a chrome steel shackle, 298 grams. Not a lot of difference in the weight. Oh yeah, totally left a legacy that everyone's gonna know about throughout Locksport. That's how we're gonna keep Pucky's legacy alive, is through the Locksport community, through these Parky locks. That's how we're gonna keep his legacy alive. Right. What are we gonna compare next? Alright, let's crack 'em. Alright, let's have a bo peep at the business end, shall we? Lockton, Lockwood, same keyway, the C4 LW5 keyway. So the Lockwood key fits in the Lockton key fits in the Lockwood. That's what that means, same keyway. Both have a, what do you call it, drainage hole. The Lockwood's a lot bigger. Lockwood's more rounded off in shape. Lockton has more shape to it, as you can see by that bottom profile. It's shaped a little bit like a coffin. $50K special. What's your question, mate? Yeah, made a lot of people their logos. Okay, so at the top end, we've got nice detail here with the chamfer. This is straight off, but it's got a slight chamfer. Well, not a chamfer, basically the arris has been taken off. Arris, another name for sharp edge. It's been taken off, but hasn't been taken off around here, which is odd. Same as the Lockton, it hasn't been taken off. Oh yeah, it has been taken off. Yeah. Size-wise. Okay, I can show you how to do it, mate, if that makes it easier. Slightly more height on the Lockwood. Yep, same thickness at the thick end. Yep, no worries, mate. I'll do it after this. This little thingo there, that's got something to do with releasing the shackle on this lock. Lockton does not have that. Shackle releases from the actuator on the inside. I'll show you a few different ways you can pick them, mate. Some low skill attack and some skill attack. A good word for a spontaneous disintegration. The Lockton is just a bit more elegant. It is indeed. Plus the Lockton's logo, the phoenix rising, you know, the depth of their etching. You know, this is deep, but it's coloured in. Yeah, it looks good, but, you know, this isn't very deep at all. This could wear off. Yep, no worries, mate. Right. Let's get into picking. Let's put these away. And I'll grab my American section and grab you a DeFi arms. It goes in there. That goes like that. And that can go in its thing. I'll put it in its thing later. We'll just leave that out for the moment. Do that. Put that there. Alright, move these shackles. Move these locks. Now I've got to try and get into my other cupboard. Oh, this will be good. Means I've got to move me Kraken sign. I appreciate that 50k. So this is my Kraken sign. Well, Kraken brought me this from my other channel. It's the banner on my other channel now. Isn't it gorgeous? It's a metal sign that has a magnet on the back. Goes nicely on my filing cabinets where I keep my locks. And I don't know if anyone's had to be in there because they would have had to have moved the sign to get to them. Alright, we've got some rearranging to do again. Everything is delicately balanced at the moment. Nothing is really where it should be. So that's got to go over there and just sit nicely there and balance. Don't move. That one. And that one. Okay, let's move this before everything collapses. No. Alright, that was better than I had anticipated. Right, so these are all the locks that I've won from SE Lock and Key over the years. Yep, Discords are a good place, a resource too. Yep. Yes, you are. You're a very thoughtful gifter, Lock Kraken, to notice that. Yeah, there's a few locks here, mate. Yep. There's a lot of that going on. Alright, so it's called Defiant, is it? Quick set. Corbin Roswin. Quick set. Light. Okay, not in that one. So, what do we got here? Schleg, Corbin, Schleg, Allen, LSDA, Roswin. Alright, that's level 1. Level 2. Best, Baldwin, blank generic, level 3. No name. Schleg. Hey mate, got some really old beauties in here too. Roswin. Oh, and I I think I've picked all of these multiple times. You change. A generic. A generic's not actually generic. See what happens with deadbolts are, so that's probably, that's not a deadbolt, that's a mortise, that's a deadbolt, that is a mortise, that's a deadbolt. Okay. That's a mortise, mortise. Next layer. So, a deadbolt. Deadbolt. Mortise. Deadbolt. Mortise. Not mortise. Deadbolt. Mortise. It's like a sad one. Right. Let's have a play with them, shall we? So, chat, you will know what is the equivalent of a defiant that I've just pulled out. Any clues? Any one of those quickset locks? Really? A quickset? Oh, that's not a bad piece of piss to do. Alright. Quickset. Okay. We'll do the quickset. Quickset. That's quickset. Alright. Quickset. Lock it up. Grab some picks. Okay. Grab a tensioner. Which one was doing that one? Tension 2, tension, 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 tension. Alright. So there's a few ways to do it. We can do it the quick way and the slow way. Quick way is raking, slow way is picking each pin individually. So, one thing you need to know about these, Defiant, Quickset, what are these sort of things, is apart from sergeants and possibly Corbins, Russwins, before they become Corbin Russwin especially, high tolerances, harder to pick. Yep. And the Schleg, that's just a khaki angle that makes it difficult to pick. So we'll go in with our pick. Gen 3 or Smart Key, yes. Is this my main set? Yes, it is. It's bare bones. It's the Lock tools. There's also some jimmies in there. I've just begun a new winning streak for the year. I won Lock Junkies giveaway. So I am hoping to win some COVID instruments for my collection of picks. And that'll be good because, you know, the Apex is coming out and people will be getting them, and then people will be doing giveaways, and so that's what I'm going to do. And no, just because I'm mates with a COVID Instruments ambassador, it doesn't entitle me to freebies. So the thing about this is the keyway. It's thinner. So you'll notice it's actually the same keyway as the Lockwood. However, it's thinner. So a quickset key will fit inside a Lockwood lock, and you can use it as a key blank, but it's just a bit wobbly in the key hole, right? Because it's thinner than the hole. Whereas the quickset won't fit the other way around. It won't fit in the Lockwood. One of those. Hang on. What am I trying to say? The Lockwood did fit in, but it's really tight. And this keyway is worn, so there's a bit of space. But yeah, so the KW1 keyway is very similar to the Lockwood. So it's a little bit of a, how do we get around it? Well, you have to go in at the side, get around that little piece of warding. Yeah, well, when you're in pain, you do all sorts of things in your sleep, Kraken. Define quickset clones. Ah, okay. So what you'll find is these have got standard pins. So it's a matter of little nudges and keep pushing them up. The feedback's pretty muted because it's a gummy lock and it's standard pins. You don't get much feedback from standard pins, so you may not even know you have set that standard pin. So you just keep working them. You use bottom of the keyway and rake. Yep. Ooh, just dropped all the pins in. So can we pick this without oversetting the standard pins? We're trying not to overset them with the shaft of the pick as well, because it is having to get around there. Huh, I haven't picked anything for ages, mate. First pick I've had in my hand for ages. Definitely oversetting. I can feel that hitting the top pin. We'll go for something a little bit more compatible. Wonder if a deforest diamond will do it. Work it from the bottom and come around. Yes, zip it, rake it and rock it. The thing is, with zipping, raking and rocking, you can damage the pins. Well, it does damage the pins. Little bits of shavings come off. And with single pin picking like this, less damage to the pins. The shavings still do come off with a lot of picking, but less damage to the pins. Which is why I've only ever really done single pin picking, because I've never wanted to wreck any of the locks that I've managed to get hold of, because I know I can't get them back or I don't have parts. We're only skilled at something if we maintain practicing. If we don't practice something, well, then we're just a beginner again. And at the moment I'm just a beginner again. All I've been doing is packing locks. I haven't been picking. I keep feeling I'm dropping. So one of the things you'll find is if it's not going to pick in one direction, change it. Go the opposite direction. So I'm going clockwise, getting nowhere, just dropping pins. So we're going to change it to counterclockwise. And of course, yes, holding this thing in your hand is not comfortable, but you know, that's what a vice is for. Yeah, Yinet's one of our regulars, mate. So, one of the things you can do is with standard pins, because they do overset easy, just run your pick, just loosen your tension a little bit and run your pick along the bottom of them, and if anything's overset, it'll drop back down. And then you can start again. Well, you don't lose everything. Yeah, that's why I take my time talking it through it, because I haven't picked a lock in ages, so we might as well go through it together. And it's about pick selection at the moment. I don't think I've got the right pick. Horrible, horrible standard pins. Okay, the other issue I have with standard pins is often they require heavy attention. Once you've been picking a bit and you pick a lot of security pins like I do, then you're using light tension. So then to go back with what has now become your natural tensioning, which is light tension, to a lock that requires heavy attention, you'll find even a black belt picker will struggle to pick it if they don't take that little tidbit into consideration and modify their tension. A lot of black belt pickers will go to pick a Master Lock 3. You wonder why they can't pick it. Well, they can't pick it because it requires heavy tension, and they're used to a feather touch. So let's change our pick, let's change our tension, let's mix it up. So if something's not getting you somewhere, change it up. Don't stick with the same old because, you know, different locks like different things. And if that lock doesn't like it, then move on. Don't force the issue. Right, so we're going anti-clockwise with heavy attention. So it's good to use picks that, when you're using heavy tension, that you I was going to say, well, I won't say it. Yeah, I will say it, because so you know, some of the times, because you have to use such heavy tension on standard pins, sometimes it's best just to put down your good picks, grab a modified old cheapie, crank that tension, cranked it, and get in there and bully those pins. Standard pins, pick and bully them. A lot of standard pin picking is about bullying the pins. So you're getting in there and you're going for it. You're just pushing anyone up that wants any resistance, they're going up. Anyone that's got no resistance, they're not going up. Perhaps I should put this in a vise, because I'm losing my grip. It is just sliding up like I'm squeezing the tube up. I've got no grip. It's a hot day here, and I'm under lights, sweating in the lock lap. Don't usually pick in a vise, but the hand's not good. Got no grip, so we're going to get some grip. Yeah, camera shy, you get that as well. Locks that you can pick easily, and then you go turn on the camera and the thing won't pick open at all, and you think, what is going on here? Well, what's going on is that thing is just going to call you out, give you a hard time. Do I have one of those holder thingo whatsies? No, it hasn't arrived yet. Okay, just stick it in here. Lucky like that. I'll lock it off. Right. Get control of the core in my hand. I can work it now. What was I using? The diamond. Yes, and some locks are divas. Yes, locks are like puzzles. You have to nut it out. What tools are the best to use? What technique is the best thing for that lock? Know the lock. Do your research. What is inside that lock? Because if you don't know what's inside that lock, you're going to have even a harder time. It could have a trap pin, where it doesn't matter if you pick every standard pin. If you've got yourself a Schleg, what do you call it? What's that one with the whatsy in it? Chat, you know what I mean? What is it? The Schleg Everest. That's got a check pin in it that you reach in and push down an extra little pin that comes up through the bottom that stops the core rotating, and that's all standard pins across the top. If you can't pick it, if you pick all those pins and you don't know that check pin's there, you're not going to turn that core. And you're going to be picking on that thing for so long, wondering, why am I not picking it? So as you can see, very quick to pick. The old cheapie set, that's a diamond modified. It's been cleaned up so it's smooth in the keyway, but thick, chunky, no risk of, snapping your pick, with the heavy tension you require to pick standard pins, especially in these. So let's rake it. Lock it up. So I've got a quint rake here. This is my bare bones handles. Oh, bat wings. No. Bat wings. Dropped it. Not surprised. And they're gorgeous. And they got the bare bones little skull. Yeah, I can hear your drawing out there. Right. Let's get this one raked. So raking, light tension. Why light tension? Because what we're trying to do when we're raking is use kinetic force. Bit of fastness. We're bouncing those pins up. And as they're bouncing up, we are slowly pulsing the tension to catch them as they jump up. Then eventually you catch the last one and the thing turns. That is the theory behind raking, rock and rolling. And you can just feel that you might have one binder left, you've got everything set, and then just use your peaks to just go through and single pin pick anyone that's left. Probably too light of tension, I'm losing my tension wrench. So it's about angle. My angle's wrong because I have the lock actually facing straight up in the air so that you can see it instead of on an angle. So I should adjust my angling. Adjust, modify and adjust. And it's the motion like this. bounce up. So it's a bit of a rolling action. And you don't have to go super fast. You know, some people do, but it's not necessary. It's about massaging those pins up, getting them to set, starting to feel some resistance. So I've got some set. Yes, they are bat wings. Finally someone worked it out. Lost the tensioner. So often when you are trying to rake, the natural movement that you're trying to do will spit the top of the keyway tensioner out. So depending on the shape of the keyway, you might get away with not needing the space down the bottom, which we don't need. So we'll put in a bottom of the keyway tensioner instead. Mix it up. And mix and match. Mix it up. Oh, that one doesn't fit it. Go for another. Yes, seesaw motion, rock and roll motion. Oh no, before you got tension, profile down, you broke the 25 thou quint rate. That's that one right there. Sad, sad, sad day. Sad day when a pick goes to the pick graveyard, I tell you that. Seen a few there myself in the early days. Alright, we're going in with that one. Alright, we're going down the bottom. And some locks want to pick clockwise, some want to pick anti-clockwise. Now with deadbolts, when you open a deadbolt, it is not clockwise. So trying to open a deadbolt clockwise with a lockpick is a lot harder because the pins in the core aren't worn, so the chamber that the pins push up through. So what happens when you're picking a lock, what happens to the inside of a lock when you're picking a lock, is you are relying on the tiny little tolerances. Tolerances are how big or small these holes are drilled by the machine. Every machine has a 0.000 of a tolerance factor, and then what will happen is you will, when you push a pin up, what you're doing is relying on these not being exactly the same, which they're not, because there's movement in drills, there's wobble on the line, everyone is slightly different. To the eye, yeah, they look the same, but if you were to measure them, they'd be looking different. So what you do when you're picking a lock is you are pushing them up, and you are pushing the little pin up through that hole, which has another pin on top of it that you're pushing out. So you want that first pin up here to get out of the way, and you want the second pin to push it out of the way. And while you're doing that, you're turning the core slightly. So every core has a slight tolerance to be able to turn. So you're turning it slightly, and that's binding it. So the tension you put on, which is the turning force you put on a lock, what that does is that creates that slight turn, so that slight bind. So when you push any of these pins up that are a little bit hard to push up, that's the binding pin, that's the one you want. It means these top pins are ready to go. You push it up, and what you're doing is actually you are blowing this hole out. So when you pick a lock 1,000 times, what you're actually doing is exploding this hole out, and you're making it bigger. Each time you push a pin up through that, you're making that hole bigger, because you are pushing this pin that sits up here out of the way. Normally it sits down in there. How do you get it out of there? Well, you push the bottom pin up and it pushes the top pin out the way. But how do you get this top pin out the way if the core's turned a little bit? Well, that's your binding. You need to force the thing, and that's your click. That click is when it goes, oh, I'm out, and the core turns. Every time you set a pin, you may not feel it, but the core will turn just that fraction, and each time it turns a fraction, it'll create another binding pin, and each binding pin you pick it, and when you picked all the binding pins, nothing else is, the thing will turn. So you are blowing out. So what happens with deadbolts? They don't get turned clockwise. You turn the key towards the latch on a deadbolt. On a 201, which is like a mortise lock, it's different. It all goes clockwise, or it can go anti-clockwise. Depends on the lock. Most of these are either or. But most of us are right-handed and we turn things clockwise because that's the way we've been conditioned to do things. Good question. If the door's closed, you can see the hinges. What side are they on? So we're going to try what I would normally do if I was picking a lock out in the wild. I would go for the snake. And we do that little massaging thing going on here. We're just using those humps to push. And we're open. A lot easier going the way the lock wants to go because it's been going that way for 1,000 times. That's the difference. So if you're having trouble one way, change it to the other direction, mate. That's another hint to do with deadlocks. The other thing we do, you can zip it, and zip it. So it's sort of where you need a bit more room in the bottom, but we'll go for it. So you catch a pick, put it all the way to the back of the lock, no tension, don't put tension on yet, whack that in, whack a little bit of tension. Remember, you want just light tension because you want those pins to be able to bounce out of there, and then you just rip it out. That is zipping. As I'm going that way, not doing it. Let's try it the other way. Some locks will zip, some locks won't. Now I can just feel everything is binded up, it's locked up, reset. Zip, break and rock. So it's not a thing that I would do normally with my locks because it does hurt the pins. I reckon that back pin's a low pin, and I'm over certain as soon as I touch it with the pick. So we just go up. And either way, they have to have the tools to get it off, GK man. And they can be noisy, can't? Oh, just fell off the tensioner. The other method is the roll. Shake, rattle, and roll. So, wreck it, rock it, rocking. So, a rocking tool. A good tool for rocking is good tool for rocking is something like a bogey, so a 3-pointer or something like that, the Nessie. Yes, different handles again. Whoa. The bats, the skull. bare bones. Aussie company, want your Aussie lockpicks? Support an Aussie company, go for it. bareboneslockpicking.com.au. Head there, get all your lockpicks and all your lockpicking fun, all your tool things and all sorts of things are there. Tom Pockle want to send you. Right, next one is the rocking. So you use your points, you're going, no tension, and then you just rock it up and down. Bring your pick in and out, just up and down. So all you're doing is pushing anything that's binding, rocking it, using those peaks. And with this, the bow guitar, this was first developed as a kinetic attack tool, so not a rocking tool. It was meant to go in and do this. And then you could do your peaks to get the last ones that haven't set. But as you can see, I'm pretty shit at raking because I don't do it. This is the most raking I've ever done. But I do know the principles behind it. Why do they call it the bow guitar? Well, because the person that created this pick was in Bogota. Bogota? Is that South America, Brazil, somewhere like that? When they created it. So they call it the Bogota. If you wonder where things get their names from. Yeah, I'm not going to pick this. I can't rake for shit. And the deforest diamond. Why do they call it a deforest diamond? D-E-F-F-O-R-S-T. Deforest diamond. Because the dude that invented it was called DeForest. That was his surname. Right, let's try with the quint. Don't know if we're going to get anywhere with it, but we'll give it a last crack. No, I'm not going to get anywhere. I'm not going to improve my raking skills within 10 minutes of having a shot. No. Some locks only like a particular kind of pick. Now with this one, it likes the snaky. Can we do it twice? Yeah, it's about angle again. Trapped in the wrong angle. And then the other thing we can do with it as well is we can lishy it. But will the Lockwood lishy fit in this keyway now that it is blown out? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Shall we find out? But why not? tight, nut gets stuck there. We're not going to force it because, hey, it's a $100 piece of kit. We're not going to put it where it's not designed to go. And it's not designed to go in a Quickset KW1 QE. Okay. The machines are going off. Right. Thanks, Lady Locks. Awesome. Okay. Any questions about that I haven't answered about trying to pick a deadbolt? A defiant Quickset deadbolt? Are we good? And the other end of the deadbolts may not have the name on it. It might just be a blank because it's the other side, right? And you only have the name on the face, on the outside of the door. So that may be a Quickset, but you don't know because no name. But this one isn't, which is obvious it's not, because it's a completely different lock. And it is heavy, chunky, yes, that's a nice lock. This is a pot metal, this is light. But you lose that one in a storm. Yep, double cylinder deadbolt lock. That is this one here, isn't it? The LSDA one? Is that the one you're talking about? Yep. Right. Oh, let's put this back. No worries, mate. Didn't get many opens, but the principle is the same. Practice, patience, perseverance. You don't practice, you're going to be like me, not being able to get an open. You don't have patience, you're going to tense up. Stressing, tensing up means you're going to use heavier tension subconsciously because you're tense. So if you're stressed, don't pick the lock. If you're angry at the lock, walk away. Go do something different. Calm down. Then come back to your lock. Mate, if that's what happens, you get a new hobby like this, you get into it, and before, you never noticed a lock anywhere you went. Now you notice everything about the locks you go and see. Which is why I started doing lock explores 2 years ago, because I wanted to see what are these locks that come across my desk attached to. What's their working life? What are they used for? How well do they survive that working life? What do they look like after 50 years on the door? So I do my lock explores. I find all the locks in situ. I know what they do, what they look like in place. I know their application, all the fun stuff. Right, putting the picks back. So this is my my single picks that I've brought from Law Lock Tools. Barebones made me handles to fit them, and then they made them commercially available for you lot to get as well. And I have my Valerian set in these ones, and my single picks that are the weird shape in those ones, and my 19th hour in my bat wings. Yep, we all need more practice. Practice, practice, practice. There's no getting around it. I've seen black belt pickers that can pick anything they put a hand to, take a few weeks off, come back, and they're struggling to pick the basic lockwood. That's just the way it is. Practice. You gotta keep at it. You lose your touch. That's what you lose, is your touch. Right now we are going to check the screen so that no one's yelling at me. Master lock disc locks. What do you mean master lock disc lock? As in the round ones? Or do you mean disc detainer? What do you mean? Do you mean the discus lock? Spam hearts for 30 seconds. Yeah, go on. Where can I get the tools you use? I use? Well, the best tools to get are the top of the range stuff. The top of the range stuff is 301 high yield steel. Barebones makes their picks out of high yield 301. Covert Instruments makes their tools out of 301 high yield. I think Jimmy Longs, correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, they've got they're up there as well for high tensile strength. Multi-pick make their picks out of spring steel, which is pretty strong, which is next level down. Peterson makes their stuff out of 401 steel, which is way further down the chain. Yeah, Peterson makes their stuff out of 401 steel, I think, and that's lower grade than the high yield stuff. Sparrows, they aren't high yield, they're just 301, I think. Check out Sandman's video on the breakdown of all the metals and the tensile strength and all that sort of stuff. He did an in-depth video on it all. Exactly. Budget and where you live. So one of the killers is postage. So if I order anything from America, like if I wanted, like back in the day when all you had was Sparrows and Peterson, if I wanted a Sparrows or a Peterson, they wanted $80 in shipping. That was if I bought a $7 pick. It was still $80 in shipping. Flat rate, $80 in shipping to Oz. It was like, yeah, totally not worth it. Not happening. And then Barebones came out in Australia, which was really good. Didn't have to pay for shipping because it was also like $60 to $80 shipping from Lawlock Tools in the UK as well. That was a heap. I had to negotiate on that just to get these picks to me. And the Valerians that I actually won from Storylock back in the day. So that was lucky. And shop local if you can to avoid the postage charges, that's for sure. So you've got Barebones in Australia. You've got Lawlock Tools in the UK. Top of the range in America is Covert Instruments, Jimmy Longs, and then you've got the lower stuff, Sparrows, and the lower stuff, Petersons. Oh, you've also got Southern Specialties, so put that above Sparrows. Yep, so you've got Southern Specialties, and there was another, Steve's Lockpicking mentioned another lock pick company the other day that were bringing out new picks. Said the set was $100. I can't remember the name of it. Can anyone in chat remember the name of that? Can't remember. Of course it started with an L. It's not Lockmasters. Oh yeah, you've got Lockmasters, you've got Vent in Germany, you've got Multipick in Germany. They're really pricey, like real pricey. Like I thought Multipick was pricey until you try to buy something from Vent. Whoa, that's even pricier. Who else is out there? Yeah, so depending on your budget, depending on your country, Lockjaw. If they don't actually make picks, they're just selling them on, and I think their picks are made by Southern Specialties. Don't quote me on that. What else? I'm just having a scan through me computer to see what else we've got going on. See if anything jogs the memory would be good. Jog memory jog. Jogger. Keep jogging. Spontaneous Disintegration has made a video. You're going for the blue whale, mate. Oh, SD, I tell you, let me tell you my blue whale story. It did not go well. I got, because I don't do the belt system, right? So I'm ferreting around trying to find out, well, what locks do I have that are part of the belt system? What locks can I pick? I found out like I've got one orange belt lock or all this sort of stuff, and out of the hundreds of locks I've got, and then I got one lot of purple belt locks, and it's like, oh mate, when I found out I got two purple belt locks, but it's going to Blue Whale Challenge is to pick to blue, isn't it? From white to blue or white to purple. It's called Blue Whale, so it's got to be white to blue. So I didn't actually have any blue locks, so I was going for my purple locks instead of blue locks. Of course, I hadn't picked for ages. A bit of a hand injury. So I lined up all my locks. I'm thinking I'm going to film this. I'm ready to go. Let's do this. I'm going to crack this in one shot. Can make picks out. I'm ready to go. And I'm starting away. And I'm picking away. I got stuck on the white belt lock. I thought, alright, scrub that video. Let's start again. So, picking away. And I got stuck on the orange belt lock. I couldn't get past orange. And it's like, well, if I can't get orange, I can't get blue. If I can't get to the orange, there's no point picking the purple. And I thought, well, I'll just try and pick the purple anyway and see what happens. Like substitute another lock in for that. And I couldn't even pick the substitutes. So I probably did about 10 goes. I tried. And I went, it's not happening. Not happening today. Everyone was camera shy. I could pick some locks, and then I couldn't pick the others, and then I'd go back through it, and I could pick them ones, but then I couldn't pick the ones I just picked, and it was a head, did your head in. So, I gave it away for a while, but I do need to get back in, because I'm the sort of person that likes to collect a Locksport memorabilia and milestone markers, and I was one of the first group of people to receive this patch years ago. I think this was 4 years ago. I was the first person in Australia to do a video picking 7-pinner, and it was the PL 410 Pro, so it couldn't be gutted, but it was the 7-pinner, and I scored the patch. Back then they didn't give you a letter with it, you just got a patch. So the blue whale patch will go nicely with that one, but I couldn't pick to blue. Yeah. Remember what the others said in the other chat? You might be able to swap out the pin for something out of a master lock, because they're using the same size pins, mate. So you might be able to grab some spares from another lock. Yep, white to blue in 10 minutes. Yeah, months of not picking, walking in, lining up the locks, going, yeah, I cracked this. No, I didn't. Whoa. What's the best deadbolt lock you can have that's really hard to pick? Anything with a high pin count is really hard to pick. Anything with tight tolerances is hard to pick. So for America, the one you would go for would be going for tolerances, would be a Sergeant. That would be the residential lock I'd possibly go for, would be the Sergeant. Tight tolerances, and you can swap out the pins if they don't come with security pins. Make it even harder. Yep, Sergeant, or yeah, the other ones are kick cylinders, so yep, a Sergeant would be the go. Chat agree? What's chat's opinion? Do you reckon? Right, what's the time? 6:40. Let's crack on and get the last of these parky locks packed up. Let's check the heat on the phone first, because we have been getting a little warm, but we're doing good now. We're okay. Everyone's happy. Lock picking engineer, yeah mate. 6:41 just cracked over. The Sergeant, okay, am I checking that out? Yes, indeedy. And it's a beautiful looking lock too. Nice looking deadbolt. And it would be affordable for sure. Oh, Sean, 3 in the morning, mate. You're right, staying up this late. You doing okay? Puppy thinks I'm talking to her, she's wagging her tail. Just need to go find out if the dogs and the cat's been fed. So let me give you something gorgeous to look at in my absence. Yeah, mate, I'm alive again. Oh, mate, sleep, what's that when it's at home? certainly don't come to my house often. Now, I'm a professional insomniac. Not even the doctors can get me to sleep. That's why I can say, hey, let's do a 24-hour live stream on New Year's. Why not? It'll probably be the one time that I need to sleep. That'll be right. Bring in the new year, falling asleep on the stream. Hey, Padlocks was telling me that there's live streamers out there that just film themselves asleep. Like, that's it. That's the live stream. No interaction, no nothing. Just a dude sleeping. I mean, like, some people might need that as a comfort. You know, if they've lost a partner or something, they can't get to sleep unless they hear someone snoring or the sound of their breath or something. I could understand it that way, but mate. Oh yes, any lock that requires special tools, skills is good. A multi-lock or disc detainer lock are less likely to be picked because they require a special tool and knowledge. Exactly. It's not a kind of tool. Those locks, the disc detainer locks, the multi-locks, so the multi-locks are the high pin counts, the pinning pins. Oh, careful now. The covers, you know, you're looking at your high pin count, your HPCs, your high pin count, so that's a cover. High pin count, lots of pins, every orifice is covered in a pin, 22 pins, yep. Or go for something a little bit trippy, like this, a Padlock. Dual row of pins, not really pins, they're more like little things you have to lift up, delicate little things. You can pick this, snap that nose off, you've stuffed it up. That's a Padlock. Yep, so you got your higher security locks, but for your general security, your affordable stuff for residential, yeah, I'd go a Sergeant. If you're in Australia, I'd go a Lockwood. HPC, no, I'm not making it up. HPC, high pin count. It's lock jargon. I've only recently found this out, so I'm just getting it roll off the tongue. Getting me ready for when I get into me high pin count locks. I've got my carbo locks here. I really want to be able to pick them. Tiny little pins. Lever locks, yeah, lever locks are things like these. So they've got 4 brass levers in, things you have to lift up. But you know, once you get the knack to it, once you know how it's done, they're easy enough to do. Just like single pin picking, you can do it. Can't really see the levers very well there, but they're in there. Yep. Yeah, well, Lock Dude, it's going to happen, mate. We're doing a live stream with Nick in the new year where we're focusing on lever locks. We're making the tools, we're picking right there live. We're going through a tutorial right there live. Join in on that one. Prior to that, we'll be letting you know what sort of materials and tools you need to make those picks, the wires for the picking of the lever locks. Yep, really, truly, I wouldn't lead you astray, mate. Would not lead you astray. Right? Hold the fort. Be nice to each other. I'll be back. I'm going to find out if these dogs and cat has been fed. Back in a minute. And we're back. Right, let's put the liquid down. Okay, so what did you get up to while I was gone? We've got 3 mini safes to pick. Just drop them on their side and watch them pop open, mates. Yeah, there's going to be a 24-hour live stream, New Year's. This isn't the 24-hour stream. It may seem like it, but it's not. This is just my 3rd live stream today. We are pumping out the Padlocks. Yeah, with the postage the way it goes, yeah, probably can make it faster than it'll arrive in the post, mates. And plus, think of the fun and the thing you will learn by making a pin. When I made my first challenge lock, I learnt so much. Gained the skill set, it was really cool. Oh, there's so many giveaways. Oh, I need to find out where all the giveaways are to give them some support. But the thing with challenge locks, Sean, is any of us can make a lock that's really, really difficult to pick. But that's not the idea of challenge locks. The idea of challenge locks is to make them a challenge, not to make them unpickable. You want them to travel around the community, to travel around the world. You don't want them to end up in people's naughty buckets, not seeing the light of day for a year until someone decides to clear out their naughty bucket and send it on. You don't want that to happen to your lock, mate. And it does happen. There's so many locks that have gone, that people have held on to because they think, oh, I'll pick it one day, and it just gets lost. Life gets in the way. They change hobbies or they have to leave the sport, and that lock just sits there in their lock lab, in a box, in a cupboard. Hundreds and hundreds of challenge locks are squirreled away in people's lock labs, not being picked. We've been trying to get those locks out back into circulation. We've tried a challenge lock register. We've tried names and books with challenge locks. What else have we tried? We've tried numerous call-outs. We've tried naming and shaming people we know who are hogging a heap of them, who haven't moved them on, who no longer participate in the community. Still nothing. We have tried reaching out to those people saying, we will pay for shipping, we just want that shit back in circulation. No luck. So, you don't want your lock to go into the lock abyss. A lock junkie is looking forward to that. I was chatting to a junkie earlier, and yeah, definitely looking forward to your challenge lock, mate. Yep, that's what's happened. 6 years I've been in Locksport, man of challenge locks and call-outs that have been done to get challenge locks back into action. Okay, yep, lock dude, good, but you can't shout about it, remember? Keep it calm, keep the tone calm. I know we get excited and we want to shout about things, but we can't always shout in chat. Right, let's get these parky locks back on the road. Put the Padlocks away. I've still got to do some maintenance. Okay, get the locks back. Okay. Yep. Usually if we're putting a time limit on how long a lock can stay with someone before they can move it on, usually what we do, Sean, then is that's okay. I know you got excited, mate. Usually where was I? What was I saying? What we got? Yep, the time factor. A week is usually, what we usually say is once you get it in your hands, so you film the package opening, you film the lock, that is your start date. And then from there, you give them 2 weeks to pick and move on. That's what people have worked out is the fairest thing to do, because if you give people a week from when they open the package, life comes in the way and you might not get a chance to pick at that lock. You might only get one chance at it, and because life gets in the way and you can't pick it, but time's run out, you don't get another chance to have a second shot at it when you get a moment back in your lab. So it's good to give people that 2 weeks. The other thing is, it takes time to get to a post office to package things up to send it back on. So you got to allow for that time. So it's not actually, you think that, you give someone 2 weeks and you think, oh, my lock's going to go around the world. Every 2 weeks it's going to go somewhere different. No, it doesn't. A post office, I can send something to Chris in America, right? It will get to America in 2 days. Then it spends the next 3 weeks bouncing all around America, going from one distribution center to another, and then back to California where it started. So, frustrating times with the postal services. Oh, how many locks do we have to pack? Not many at leisure. Yours is already packed up, matey. Not many to go. So, we're going to turn this around again. Let's get the board back and get the clamp back. To help the time factor, Oz and Europe are getting their own locks. Yep, that's good. Yep, share your idea, because it might be better as a group, a challenge video series. What do you mean? I probably ended up making 4 or 5 identical lock sets. Yep, remember, nothing's identical. There's always slight variations. Right, where's the clamp? Clamping. There we go. Yep, let's hear it. Dude, there's only 9 of us watching, it's not going to get far. Yep. You got the skill to do it. Yeah, why not? But what I was talking about, hang on, I've got some issues. The cables, move that before it ends up in an unhappy place. Okay, there we go. Is the cores. Remember the little holes? They've got tolerances and minds all of their own. So if you were to individually measure, match up each hole directly with a pin you're machining, you would have tight tolerances. You could turn a sloppy lock into a nice tight tolerance lock. But it would mean each individual pin had to be, you know, like sloppy fitted. Is that a word? Fitted for slop. No? Fitted against it? No? That's, yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. Let's move on. Let's pack a lock. Let's keep with the parky locks. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Using cables. We've got drop cables. Oh, we've got drop locks. Get in there. There we go. Wrap you around there. Everyone's happy now. GQ Man's Instagram. Still haven't got there because I don't do Instagram. I'll get there one day. Someone I know will have it and I'll go, oh, while you're there, can I have a look at this? Is awesome. It's an awesome resource. So what's your idea? Okay, a Sarah McLachlan style commercial. Don't know who that is, don't know what that is, but we can guess. Only instead of being animals, we are trying to help the poor challenge locks locked away in someone's lock lab. You trying to break the locks out? Help them escape a lock lab? Is that what you're saying? Is your devious, disasterly world domination plan? You're going to make all our locks revolt and bolt out of our lock labs? What are you doing? Oh, so Sarah McLachlan is an American singer that did very sad commercials for shelter pets. Oh, that'll be a hard watch. It's a lock revolution. It's a lockolution. Lockolution? A lock revolution? Oh, really? How can there be a bunch of pocket women on Instagram when there's only me? I created the name. Back in the 90s, it was my business name. So, who's nicked my name? No, I don't want to go on an emotional roller coaster. I struggle when my wife shows me, you know, TikTokies and Facebookies with sad puppies and stuff. I just can't do it anymore. I can't do it. I can't go through that emotional roller coaster. It takes me a long time to regulate my emotions once I go to an unhappy place. It's not easy to get out of the unhappy place. Often I'll just have to come into the lock lab, my happy place, and hopefully it transfers into my head, a happy place. Lock lab, happy place, inside head, happy place. Sad shelter animals, not a happy place. I like it. Oh, it just popped up. I leant on the bubble wrap and it just went pop. That's an idea, SD. People for the ethical treatment of challenge locks. Oh, in the arms of an angel. Oh, yeah, good on you, lock dude. Mate! You just gave me an earworm. Oh, mate, that's going to be there for a week now. Alright, I'm banning song titles in the chat. Mate, my head. Oh, that is such a sad song. And if it's sung beautifully, I mean, talk about heartstrings. Yep. Banning song titles in the chat. Not allowed. I have enough sounds, accents, stuff going through my head at any one time anyway. I don't need added encouragement. Yeah, there's pocket clones everywhere. Yes, ethical treatment of the locks. It has begun. Spontaneous disintegration is the president of the chapter. What's that word locked in? Defenestrate? What? Is that a spell check gone wrong? What? Defenestrate. I have one particular lock I can't wait to defenestrate. What? D-E-F-I-N-I-S-T-R-A-T-E. Defenestrate. Defenestrate. Defenestration? I know you've got me. What the hell is that word? I'm looking it up. Again, we're looking it up. Defenestrate. Oh, it's an actual word. It's not a misspelling. Okay. It's a verb used with an object, like a lock. To throw a person or a thing. A lock. Out of a window. Oh, what? It's a definite thing. Huh? A verb used to throw a person or a thing out a window. So it's all right, love. I'm just going to pick you up and give you a little bit of a disintegration, and you're going to go ask our head out the window. What? How do you use that in a nice sentence? A Portuguese bishop accused of conspiring with the leaders of Castile was defenestrated. Oh, that's how you use it in a sentence. Okay. And it's a definite thing, because I guess they did it a lot back in the day. You got the old dangle out the window, and if you didn't cough up the goods, you got dropped. I guess that was a thing. Pretty persuasive mode of interrogation. Probably. Thought it was a gravity demo. All right. To be forcibly removed from the premises. Out the window. Yes. Okay. To throw something or someone out the window. Okay. So read it back again so I know the context now of what it was defenestrating. Ah, I got it now. Lock dude, I'm with you, brother. I have one particular lock I can't wait to chuck out the window. Now I'm with you. Us Aussies like to break it down to the simplest form of language of communication, which is why we end up shortening everyone's names. You picked it up somewhere. It made you sound all intellectual, professor even. Pre-20th century adjudication style. Yes. Tell us what we want to know, or we'll drop your head first out the window. A very persuasive argument. What did the guy say as he passed the 34th floor of a 90-floor building? So far, so good. Ha! GT man's doing dad jokes now. Hey, cheeky man. Taking up the banner. Okay, throw out your fancy words. I'm cool, lock dude. I can always Google search. What the hell you mean? Right, well, let's get into it. What are we up to? Know the bird. I think I didn't know the bird. Let's have a look. Know the bird. No, I didn't. Okay. Know the bird. Alright, we're going to move stuff again. We're turning the corner, going around here. Here we go. Moving, moving, moving. Keep those locks moving. Out the lock lab. Out the lab they go. There we go. Pop you there. Don't fall over. You'll be right. Stay there. Yeah, SD, I did the same. Read the dictionary in the phone book as a kid. Wasn't allowed to say any of the words I found. As a kid, brought up in the era of kids should be seen and not heard, so it didn't matter how many words you knew, you weren't allowed to say them. Right, there's one look. That's the box. And keys for keys. Test up. What do you call a spider with 6 legs? A bug. Thank you, GK Man. Providing some chat entertainment for us there. Where's the baggie? They're absolutely stunning, mate. And if I get enough inquiries, orders in the new year, once everyone sees these locks come out, people may want them. I will look at considering doing another run with my locky and getting some more for a 4th round of locks. But I'm not going to entertain that idea until the new year, until this lot leaves the lab, because this has consumed a lot of my time on and off since I instigated this in September, or before September, and life just gets in the way and there's delays, so I don't want to be going through that again. But then again, I'm hoping life won't get in the way so much at the start of this year. It'll be nice if it doesn't. Life calms down a bit, or that'll be a luxury and a half you never got this year. Okay, no worries, GQ man. Thanks very much for hanging out on my live streams today. I appreciate it. Appreciate you sharing your knowledge. Go sleepy time, mate. Rest well. No phone books anymore. I know. What do we pile up as a step ladder now? We actually had to buy a step ladder, didn't we? Used to use the old phone books, pile them all up, because they're like chunky big beastie bricks. Pile them all up if you ever needed just a little leg up. Yeah. So let's do a bit of this. A bit of that. What do you can a fish with? No eyes. Can. That's probably cool. That's probably a spell check there. What do you call a fish with no eyes? It's got no eye in it. Did Did you get it? Did you get it? Yes, it did. Back in the day when you didn't have to worry about regulation equipment for children to sit in, you could just prop them up however you needed to. If they were too little, you couldn't get a seatbelt around them because they were too little. You just prop them up on the old phone book, and the seatbelt didn't take out their head then, did it? Yeah, always got to have one of those dudes in your life. Someone who can reach stuff. While you're there, can you reach that? Save me getting the ladder out. Oh, ladder out. That reminds me, I've got to get the ladder out. The light globe went in the hallway. I'm going to change it out. It's one of these U-Butte long-lasting ones that I tested. Put it in, I don't know, a few years ago now. It actually did last long. The main light that stays on all the time. 24 hours a day the light stays on. I reckon it's been going for maybe 2-3 years. It was really expensive. The electrician recommended it because I was blowing so many light globes. I was going through them and I was getting rather annoyed because they were blowing every 3 to 6 months. It was ridiculous. So yeah, I haven't had to scoot up the ladder for quite some time now. Yep, no worries, Lock Dude. Sleep well, mate. Thanks very much for stopping in again. What goes black, white, red, black, white, red? Whoa, that's a nun falling down the stairs. Elijah Carney has picked up the baton and is running with the dead jokes from GK Man now. Awesome. Alright, whose was that? No, the bird. No, the bird. No, the bird. Bird. Where's the other tape? Where's the silver tape going? Okay, there it is. And we are USA Direct. And mark you off the list. Another one down. They're all on the floor now. Run out of room. Okay. rock and roll. Here we got next. So that's done, that's done, that's done, that's done. Me. Ah, that's right. Yep. Okay. So there should be how many left? 3. I'm thinking. I think we're at the end. Hang on. Not sure. Are we? Double check. Let's check the files. We could be at the end. We never know. It'll be good to know we're at the end. Let's do a double check. Okay, we've got 2 locks up. I know what I haven't done. So there is 1 parking lock for the winner of the GoFundMe. So if you donated to Mrs. Parky's GoFundMe, then you are in the draw for a parking lock. There is here's my list. Got Eddie's out. Checking the list. 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 Double check. Right. Let's market, double check market, marking, double check marking. We will use a highlighter pen and we will mark them off like this. Indeed, unity, not division, is how society will move forward. We need to come together as humanity, as humans. Where's our humanity? Come together as humans, and then doesn't matter all of our differences. We've got a common goal, unity, to get along. The differences are just what make us individual. The differences are not what are there to make us not get along. And that's my philosophical below for today. Okay, here we got on this side. We have got up the top Tequila Dave. This side lock-picking Paul. Keybeard. High Locksporter. Charles what? Know the Bird. Otter Arms. Son Parky, Mrs. Parky. John Holistic. Lock Junkie. Oh, that's not nice. That's a tiny little beastie, isn't it? But it does enable you to be able to cut down a longer pin to make it that tiny little thing. So that's a bonus. Okay, back to the list. We've got where are you? Knox, Locks, John Doe, Tien Lock Fun, David Romano, haven't done mine yet. 30Y Ray, we did a Lady Locks, we've done an Eddie B, we've done Xfinity Snake Yinyet, we did the 2 for Still Kicking, Picksmith, and Nola Southpaw, Down Under a Monkey. Oh, yay. Lock Kraken, Elijah Carney, Diggs, Zoe the Cat, Nick's Picks, Zep, Squiggle Dog, Paracentric, I feel like I'm Paul doing a 30-30 thing here. HG, Doc Makana, TO2, Squish Lock, Isamo Sushi, so that is everyone except me that has their lock. By the look of it, am I thinking? Because what I've got on the list left is Pocket Women, the GoFundMe, Pocket Women and the GoFundMe. Oh. 2 locks, Pocket Women, GoFundMe. Haha. Okay. I'll triple check it anyway. Right, let's put that there. Well, let's do the big lot. The bigger packages. The ones that have got multiples in them. Yep. You should be able to replace it. That's good, Sean. Spontaneous Disintegration said that one of the 1100s that they were sent is damaged, and after gutting might have the right size pin. Only hard part will be arresting it. What do you mean? You're going to lock it in cuffs? You're going to cuff a pin? What? You lift it high as you can see it, yep. Do a little bit of research, find out what the actual length of the pins are for that those American pins, because they all have their own heights, and you'll be able to measure your pin, and you'll know whether it's a 7 or 6 or whatever the number is. Yep. Yep. Scavenge pins from other locks. So, sure, one of the things we do is make a video with anything we do with locks when we get a chance. So, if you're going to destructively destroy your lock to get stuff in from outside, that's content, mate. That is a video. Make shorts out of it, make a long form video out of it. That is content for your channel. Anything and everything you've got to do with locks has got to do with Locksport. Whack it on your channel, mate. You never know. Someone who sees it might go, oh, so that's okay. I can sort my stuff out that way, or just give them a little bit of ideas. You never know when you do a video that just might help another Locksport or member of the public. Kraken, you still awake, mate? Okay, yeah, no worries, mate. You didn't miss much. We were just, what were we doing? What am I? Oh, yeah, we were, we picked a lot. Did some raking, unsuccessfully, but, you know, did a bit of a tutorial on it. And we, what else were we? Packed up some locks. We, can't remember what we were doing just then. Well, that's a great memory for you. It's in the long-term memory, which means I can't access it in the short-term memory because it's already gone to the long-term memory. So I'll remember what I was talking about today in a week's time. Not helpful, brain. Right, packing some more locks. The one who started all this, Eddie B. Oh, let's get some, that's a whole bag of locks in the way there. Right, you can sit there nicely. There we go. G'day, Mrs. Kraken. Hope you're feeling better soon. I know it takes about 6 weeks for a break to heal. But yeah, 6 weeks of being out of action, being in that much pain, trying to sleep. Take ibuprofen with Panadol. That's what they give us in hospital for those sort of things. They say it works best together. You wouldn't think it did, but actually it does. Surprisingly. Just can't take too many or rip your stomach apart. Oh, stretching it out. Okay. Cracking on. We're cracking on, cracking. No, this isn't Eddie B. This is Zoe the cat. Zoe the cat 1. Lorella. And right, so I haven't gone through it and checked any of these. I've just whacked them with others. So we're gonna check that they're going good. Oh. I haven't heard of that one. Another thing that's good for pain is, you know, things with CBD in them. It's an anti-inflammatory. Yeah, okay, that's good. because I'll tell you what, not having proper pain relief can really make you want to jump out of your skin. Okay, so 2 locks for Zoe the cat. Around. So let's write the name here so I don't forget it again and again and again. So the cricket was washed out. And where are they? Where are they? Zoe the cat. USA Direct. Okay. So, I hear you ask the question, what is the best part about doing a massive mail out like this? Yeah, it's a lot of work, a lot of collating, a lot of gathering, a lot of time. However, not doing it alone, doing it with you lot, that's pretty good, yeah. And I know that I get to crack every lock, get to do that shackle pop how many times? I mean, that's got to be good. That's a bonus. And also, where you going? Stay there. Also, the other bonus is I get to see the joy on people's faces when they first see their parky lock, because I know they're going to love it. There is not going to be one person that is going to be disappointed with their parky lock. It is that gorgeous. So is kratom, is that a pharmaceutical or a street pharmaceutical? Because we can't say the D word, can we? No D words. This may require some additional bubble wrap. That'll work. Because one of the one of the most rewarding things you can do is put a smile on the dial of someone else, make someone's day. And these locks, when people get them, they're going to make their day. Happy with that? Whoa. And next, got our arms. Beautiful. Nope, they're all keyed differently. So I want them all keyed differently. And that's how we got them. G'day, John Doe. How's it going, mates? Getting to the end of the packages now. Just doing the ones with multiple locks. I'll still have one more to do come Friday. Right, so these all need to be wrapped up individually. Okay. the effects of all the arm movement and stuff I've done over the last 48 hours. But you get that on the big jobs, and this is a big job. I'll take some recovery time after it's all done. Get my body back. Not happy about that. There we go. Good. Not have any corners poking through at all. Oh, you got good news recently. Oh, yeah, let's hear it. Sean. A good friend of mine is banged up. She's been in 2 years, and we're expecting another 10. Oh, that would suck. But it looks like she'll be out in a few months. Oh, mate. That's awesome news. Because you all over there are a little bit trigger happy when it comes to locking people up. That's great news. That's awesome news. Get their life back. And with support of good friends such as yourselves, who's hung in there over the time they've been banged up, that's awesome, Sean. Oh yeah, you can, mate. Oh yeah. You can do one thing, and before you know it, there's like, they're saying you've broken 50 different laws, you know, and all you did was, I just did the one thing, but no, apparently you've broken 50 laws. So, no, two can easily turn into 12. So, yeah. It's the justice system. It's only if you can't afford the fancy smancy lawyers. Says you can afford them, well, hey, you don't even have to spend a day and a dime in there, do you? G'day, Knox. You're up, mate. Welcome. Did you know that Australia is the only country in the world that has jails climate protesters? Yes, I know. Peaceful, non-violent, civil disobedience. Get your it can get you 3 months to 10 years. in some states. Other states get you 3 months to 2 years with $10,000 fine plus paying for any emergency services call-outs. They're trying to stop civil disobedience in this country. Why? Because they know that we only need 3% of the population to say, nah, stuff it, I'm not putting up with this bullshit, to bring about the political will for change. And they don't want us to reach that 3%. So they're saying you could lose your house, lose your freedom for protesting what is obvious. Oh, that's awesome, you've been mates since you were lilies. Yeah, good to stick by them, you know, like, people don't do crime because they're having a good day, do they? You know, you meet people, sometimes you just meet people on the worst day of their lives. You just got to support them through it. No, it's not cooperating. Not everyone gets to go through life making, you know, appropriate decisions for society. If you break those societal rules, well then you have to pay the society's price if you get caught. There's plenty of people that break the rules don't get caught. Usually it's the poorer people that get caught. Well, more likely caught out not being able to afford a good lawyer. The amount of stuff the rich knobs here in Oz have gotten away with is unbelievable. G'day, if you've just joined the stream, we are pocket winning Locksport, lockpicking, and we are packing up a memorial lock that we created for one of our community members that passed away. And we've got 42 locks to get rocking and rolling. We're doing the pack up today. Well, the last 3 live streams been about packing up these locks. I don't know. Add up the hours I've been on the last... This is the third live stream doing packing up locks. Add up the hours I've been on a live stream packing up locks, and that's how long I've been packing up locks for. Right, what was that? What's that one? Oh, that's that 120, that's a 334B, that's that one, and little one to come. And today we're going to finish it. We are finishing it today. This will be the last live stream of packing Padlocks. I've got more locks to come Friday. Not Parky locks, but locks to go in a package with a Parky lock. And that'll be the last of the locks that are going out with all of these packages. Checking corners. Nothing's going to poke through a box. I reckon it. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like the filler latch one. Redo. Back's fine. The front, that corner. Yep, just that corner. Sort you out. Yep. Oh, I lost it. I lost my grip. The thumb don't work as good as it used to. It's getting a little fatigued. Ah, thanks, Sean. Indeed, it's precious time spent in the lock lab. How else would you want to spend your time? All time's precious. Let's do the things we love doing. Anything and everything to do with locks, even packaging. It's nice because it's like you're giving little gifts away. It's lovely. No, they're not getting damaged on my watch SD. No way. Okay, I need to bundle these back up. Just gonna go there, maybe. Let's put the name on them. Hang on, let's get them all together. Let's not stuff it up. Because, if something falls in the lab and everything goes us up, then we need to be able to ascertain what's what, who's what. So we're labelling everything. Yeah, well, you've done so many giveaways, John. You know how hard it is to do multiple packages. Because, what, just off the top of your head, mate, how many packages do you reckon you sent out during this year? Because it seemed like every live stream you were jumping on, you were giving stuff away. So how many packages do you reckon you've sent out this year, mate? Because I know Ladylocks sent a heap of them. Spent $2,000 on postage. So I reckon you've spent a fair bit on postage too, mate. And where do people pluck that money from? Well, Ladylocks, the only income she has to pay for it is what comes through YouTube. So you do super chats and do that membership thing. That's what Ladylocks uses to send out your packages for free. If no one does those things during the live streams or whatever, then there's no money for postage. It's as simple as that. Okay. That'll do. Alright, that one's done. Oh, not nice. Oh. Stretching it out. Now I feel like I'm doing a marathon. What? Really? Locks. It's been 3 years since my Merciful Monday, not Merciful, Shout Out Monday mention to help you get to 100 subs. And the dissolve of the Locksport cast, yes, our days. But now we have picking time. Well, we did have picking time until Lockheed decided he wanted to take it over, and within the first live stream, after the first live stream, we shut the whole thing down. It was like, well, why did you want the whole thing before you were going to do is kill it? Like, picking time, we had a good thing going, you know, everyone enjoyed it. Like, we were doing really good things in the community there, and he wanted it, he got it, and he just shut it down. It was like, what, did he want it just so he could kill it? I don't know what your mentality was behind it, Lockheed, but I thought it was a dog move. You've got Ladylocks, Locksport Weekly every Thursday, plus pop-up lives. You've got Pocket Women's Locksport Hangout weekly, Tuesday my time, Southern Hemisphere, Monday your time in the Northern Hemisphere and pop-up lives. You've got the lads are doing theirs, so you've got Charles Watt, you've got Troy Wyatt Ray, you've got Newhouse, Still Kicking, Not Too Dad, Lockpicking Legend, CLK Supplies, and there's probably more I can't think of right now. They're the ones off the top of my head. They've all got lives going, regular lives or pop-up lives. So there's plenty of live streams now to enjoy with the Locksport community. The only thing is they're not all, picking time. So they're not a panel of 10 people picking locks. I will occasionally have guests on Locksport Hangout, but I won't have more than 4. It's just too much on the screen to look at. It's too tiny. Even on a laptop it's too tiny if you get more than 4. So it's just going for a maximum of 4 at any one time, which will work for me, less to manage. Right, Still Kicking's got 2 Locktons. One of those, and ow! Far out, that hurt. Nothing like the feeling of bone on bone when your thumb decides to kick in. That was painful. Yes, exactly. Live streaming is great, except for when you have to do something in the streaming time. Well, I had to go feed the animals, so just left you busy to talk amongst yourselves. But yep, Knox, that's what happened. He wanted full control from Ladylocks, so Ladylocks stepped away. Well, initially they decided that they wanted to not do it weekly anymore because they wanted their weekends back. Ladylocks was getting more commitments. Lockheed wanted more time with his family, so they decided to go to every second week. So they did that for a while, and then Ladylocks decided Lockheed wanted to take the stream in a different direction. So Ladylocks stepped out and said, well, that's yours, you can have it. He said he wanted it. He got some other co-hosts in, and they did, I think, 1 week, 1 stream, and announced it was, no, 2 streams, and a second one or something, announced it was shutting down, which was a shock to everyone. So Lady and Locks and I scrambled to set up our live streams and have them regular and get them going to bring the community a place to hang out and do some picking with us. It's not always going to be on camera. But if you've got something you're picking and you really want to show us live, we'll put you up on the screen. You can show us all live. Right, let's go with this one. So we've got 2 of them and those. So let's do these ones first. So Lockheed's probably got his own tale to tell about it, his own reasonings on what went down and why, for, how come, but whatever way it went down or why, for, how come, the end result was within 2 weeks of taking it over, it was done. Dog move. And if you're an Aussie, you'll know what that saying translates to. insisted on having its own picking time channel instead of broadcasting it on Lady Locks's channel, Lockheads. Wanted to have its own picking time channel. Lady Locks agreed to that and did all that, you know, and tried to get everyone over to sub to the new picking time channel, and yep, shat on it. It was a great place to gather and hang, which is why I started Locksport Hangout. Another great place for Locksporters to come and hang. And it's not always just me on camera. Occasionally I'll have guests that will do a specific thing for us, and topic or lock or picking or tool making or tutorial, something like that. And occasionally we'll just have pickers up, just hanging, picking on screen, hanging out. Exactly, family is the most important. But why want something, say it's going to continue, make promises to the community, and shut it all down? No explanation. Don't move. Didn't want to do it. We could have gone a call out in the community saying, you know, I took this over, find I don't have the time to pull it off. Anyone else want to take the baton, do the mantle, take over the role of host and stuff? Could have done that. Didn't have to kill it off. Plenty of other things they could have done. So many people enjoyed it. I'm sure someone would put their hand up to take it out. Instead now the channel's just sitting there doing nothing. It's not even making shorter form videos out of the longer form great content that was on there. Like they had what, 2 years of picking time? They got access to all those videos. They could do shorts with them, they could do long form videos. Nothing. Sure, number one rule is know your exit. Your exit is the actual key. Have access to it. Know your lock. Know what it requires to pick it. Practice before you get yourself into a precarious position. You might think you can pick it, but there's other circumstances at play, such as being restrained, such as Ah, yes, fortunately you had the key handy. Number one rule of escapism. Very lucky to be able to pick it first go. Just having a prod around. Oh, you did pick it before you cuffed yourself. That's good. You just didn't have the dexterity to get the right angle and the force for the latch. Exactly. Oh, well done. Handcuff made from surgical steel implanted in your wrist. That'll get you out of a bind. These days it has to be made out of titanium so that it doesn't set the bing 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 off. That did not go well. Technically, yes, because the pins for surgical stuff is made out of titanium, isn't it? Yes. Don't like the feel of that. Carbon fibre, yeah, it's strong, but isn't it also brittle? Oh, good point, Sean. Not everyone who is arrested is a criminal. Take, for instance, political protesters, such as climate protesters. They're not criminals, they're just average people who are trying to change a corrupt society. And they're the criminal? Hey, don't get me started on that line of thought. Yes, and Australia is the only place that has the highest arrest rate for climate protesters in the world. Yeah, but if it's in your wrist and you're taking it out of your wrist, you really only want it to work the once. But also, it's about, being arrested isn't the only time that you could end up with cuffs on you. You get kidnapped and stuff like that. You'll end up. Criminals use cuffs on you to restrain their victims, don't they? I'm pretty sure. Spontaneous disintegration says where they live, the protesters routinely attack others minding their own business. They're not protesters, are they? They're vandals. That is not non-violent, peaceful protest. Non-violent civil disobedience does not go around trashing stuff, breaking windows, doing anything destructive or harmful to people or places. It defeats the whole purpose of being non-violent civil disobedience. It's in the title, people. And some people who aren't the actual protesters will come to the protest just so they can do all that other stuff to give the actual protesters a bad name. Sometimes those people kicking off and doing criminal offences while peacefully protesting turn out to be, hey, undercover people who want the organisation to cop a bad rap in the media, public opinion. So they'll come and they'll do stuff. Happened in Victoria even, at a protest there. It was going peaceful, then someone decides to start kicking off and doing all this crazy stuff that was not agreed upon. Turned out they were a plant, weren't they? So just because you see a peaceful protest turn to shite doesn't mean it's the actual protesters that are there to protest whatever they're protesting is doing it. Look beyond face value at things. Critical thinking. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Destroying things is a criminal offence. You will not get heard if you do a criminal offence. Unless you do it to someone big enough, then you get noticed. Do it to someone with a lot of dollars, then you apparently get noticed. But no, it defeats the purpose of non-violent civil disobedience. It's in the title. The city you live in is being destroyed by protesters destroying the library, burning buildings. That's just so not necessary to get your point across. apparently to get your point across these days, you just have to target the top of the food chain. Stop making the people at the bottom of the food chain clean up your mess. Target the top of the food chain. Ah, Sean, you've been led astray, mate. Led astray. Nuclear power costs 10 times more to the end consumer than renewable energy does. 10 times more than renewable energy. And the idiots in the opposition here want to bring in more nuclear when it costs 10 times more. Our power prices are already through the roof. We already can't afford to put the aircon on in summer. And they want to raise our prices by 10 times. It's just crazy. Why won't climate change be an issue if we support the space industry? In 10 years' time, you say it won't be an issue. In 40 years. 40, that's a long time. If we keep supporting the space industry, inside of 40 years, climate change won't be an issue. Sure. Well, I don't know about that. Why? Because we would have aborted this planet and gone and lived somewhere else. That's not sorting out the shit we're leaving behind, is it? Exactly right. Spontaneous. One must take the extra time to get one's arguments in order when undertaking civil disobedience, but very, very few do. Exactly. And the other thing you've got to do is, which you don't have, which you can hardly do, is control the narrative in the media. All you can do is control your narrative on social media, but the regular media, like the news stations and stuff, they like sensational stuff. So when we do climate protesting and we're not dragged away kicking and screaming and we're not breaking things or anything, they don't like it because it makes for boring telly. They want things to kick off. They want us to be arrested. They want us to be dragged away. Makes for better footage. And that footage will get you 5 seconds on the news. They will come and do an interview with your media rep, who will give them the lowdown, give them the whole story, everything. Will they use any of that? Nope. They will just use the footage of someone being arrested, and that's what they want to do. But they say, oh, there's poured paint over here, or they're coloured in this. And they know it's all water-based. They know the paint used is chalk-based. They know it all can be washed off. But no, they sprout the spill that, oh, you've wrecked this, you've wrecked that. But you haven't. And you're fighting multi-billion-dollar corporations, so they've got their cronies that will back their story. So, oh, I lost business today because they were here. It's like, no, you didn't. There's no one here, and you chose to close, and we were nowhere near your premises. So why are you on the news crying that you lost business because the climate protesters were in your street? They were nowhere near your shop. You didn't have any business because you got shit business. You make shit food. And it's the actual oil company that owns you. You're just a puppet for them. Because that oil company actually ran that cafe, trying to make out the climate protesters. Preventive business. Total bullshit. And that's the narrative they run in the media, because it sounds better to have a business owner that's bitching about losing business, but they haven't actually lost. It's better than, talking to a climate protester that can articulate the issues and the points, give some solutions, inform the public. No, it doesn't make for good telly. So when you are a protest of any kind going up against a multi-billion-dollar corporation and industry, so just think of big tobacco, all the protests that went on there. They knew it was poisoning people. They knew it from the start. But they got their scientists to say it was healthy and good for people. And other people got their scientists to say, no, we've got actual physical evidence. It's causing harm. Another 50 years before there's any change in government regulation to stop that advertising to children, to stop the next generation from picking up that habit. We don't have 50 years to wait for change, for the political will to change. We need to act now. No, it's not actually cheaper here in Australia, mate. It's 10 times dearer than renewables. 1 to set up and 2 to distribute. Because back in the day, when Australia got their first ever nuclear reactor at Lucas Heights, all this bullshit was spouted as well. Oh, you'll have cheaper electricity. It'll be cleaner. It'll be this. It'll be that. Don't worry. We'll put it in a populated area, and as long as no plane crashes into it or anything, everyone will be fine. Yeah, well, that reactor is now coming to the end of its life. What do we do with it? Can't put it elsewhere. Whole site's contaminated. What do? In the middle of suburbia. Because urbanisation is built up all around it. What do? Well, you leave it open for urban explorers like I to come and have a bouquet. Oh, that's interesting, Sean. Solar shades. We only need to block 2% of sunlight to bring planetary temperatures down to what it would be without human activities over the last 200 years. Well, that'd be helpful. Spontaneous disintegrations, being examining propaganda for 40 years, being skeptical of all media. Yes, indeedy. Yes, orbital solar collectors. No, they don't have to take time. That's just it, Sean. We have the technology. We can do it now. It just doesn't have the political will, because our politicians here in Australia are captured by the fossil fuel industry, the oil companies, the gas companies. have captured the Australian politicians, and thus they determine our legislations and things like that. They are the ones that are running the country, pulling the strings. We're all just along for the ride. We don't have time. We had time 35 years ago when we first found out about all of this. We had time to change something then. We had time. The modelling was correct. It is being enacted out now. What we had was until 2025 to act now. Oh, wait, hang on. 2025, isn't that in a couple of weeks? Oh shit, we missed the boat on that one. Okay, next date. 2030, the point of no return. Temperatures are not brought down by 2030. How are temperatures brought down? I hear you ask. Oh, I'm glad you asked that question because I've got the answer for you. See, what happens is once fossil fuel is burnt, fossil fuels, things like your gas, your petrol, right? The oil, fossil fuel gets burnt. And that's how it is consumed, by burning it. It releases carbon into the atmosphere. That carbon doesn't just go off and make nice oxygen for us to breathe. That carbon goes up into the atmosphere and stays at a certain level. Now that amount of carbon that is building up in that layer of the atmosphere is building and building. So what happens when carbon enters the atmosphere? What? It takes 10 years before carbon release, say, today, comes back to bite us on the arse through increased rain, heat, all those good stuff. 10 years. So 10 years ago, the stuff we pumped into the Australian atmosphere, at least, under the previous government, who abolished all sorts of checks and balances and just let the polluters go mad, increased our fossil fuel production, release of carbon, so many-fold. It was unbelievable. They set us back so much. We were on track until then. And so 10 years of inaction and pumping stuff into the Australian atmosphere, in 10 years' time, that's going to come down as more severe droughts and floods, fires and wind. We're getting tornadoes now. We have never had tornadoes before. We do not have tornado shelters. We don't have basements. There is nowhere for us to go once a tornado hits. It's just sit on the throne and hold your legs. That's it. Our houses aren't built for that sort of weather. So that's why we say we had a chance to reduce emissions so that a thing that's going to happen in 10 years isn't going to be so nasty. But no, Australia just kept pumping it out, mate, pumping it out. Let's get as much out into the atmosphere as we can. Let's pump it out and make as much profit as we can, because we know the world is transitioning to renewables. So we know we're going to lose a big market share. So what we're going to do is go and make as much dollars out of the community now before we have to change our business model and, you know, start building our business around renewables, because that's where you're going to get your money. No worries, John. Take it easy, mate. Mate, Australia is the third biggest polluter in the world. Third. If you want to look at China as a polluter, well then look at Australia. Who supplies us China with most of its coke and coal? That's coal you burn for electricity stations. And your iron ore for your smelters that pump out a shitload of pollution. Who supplies that stuff to China? Hey, that's us. That's Australia. The third biggest polluter in the world, Australia. And yes, it is about political will, Sean. A classic example. COVID hit. There was massive political will to keep big business afloat. Oh, big business here. Oh, mate, they got a shitload of subsidies from the Australian taxpayer, courtesy of the Australian government, because, you know, mates, rates, right? Did small business, did even medium business get the same multi-million-dollar handouts to stay afloat? No, they didn't. Did sole traders get any hand from the government to say stay afloat? No, they didn't. Big business did in Australia. And they're doing this thing now where they are still trying to force the workforce back to working in companies instead of working from home. People enjoy the flexibility of working from home, not having to do that commute that takes a heap of time out of your day. You spend 2 hours out of each day commuting to work. That's 2 hours out of the day you could be spending with your family, where you're not going to be knackered. FD, you're so right, there's problems with every energy source. However, what we need to do is choose a variety. Because it doesn't matter what we do, the initial setup is going to cost a lot, pollution-wise. Because we're going to have to build these renewables before we can use renewables to build renewables, because we don't have enough renewables to build the renewables. So we're going to be polluting a heap to be able to not pollute a heap. How lovely, isn't it? And look what happened during COVID, right? Petrol production was still, the production of oil to make petrol and stuff was still being pumped out at the same rate it was before everything was locked down around the world. So these oil companies were pumping all this stuff out, but they had no storage or receptacles because they were all full. I mean, we were able to buy petrol here for like 40 cents a litre. Like, we're paying $1.60 and $1.60 to $1.70, and that's the low price. And it goes up and down each week, much higher than that. Sometimes jumps by 50 cents in a day. So, yeah. Political will. Look what happened when we stopped polluting the skies and stopped all the car use, the noisiness. Animals came back. Bring back the animals. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Sean. Different rules for different businesses depends on how big you are. If you're a little dude, you get pinged. If you're a big dude, oh no, you should be right, mate. Carry on. Political will. We need people in power that are prepared to do something about this now. I mean, the political will to change our whole world within 3 months of that virus breaking out around the world. When we got notified here in Australia, it was 3 months. It hit the rest of the world. We knew it was coming here. It hit, and boom. 3 weeks it took them to lock down the whole of Australia. 3 weeks. And you can bet that they had planned long before that to bail out big business, because they had the dollars there. What did the average pensioner get? I think it was $900 for the whole year as extra costs that you incurred that were forced on you, like to buy masks and things like that. So what's that? 900, that'd be like $450 American. It's not even a week's rent here. Well, this took a turn away from talking locks, but anyway, we're talking what we're talking because we're doing locks. Who's Dodge? I thought Dodge is a car company. What's that? Dodge, Department of Global Energy? Oh, that's a good way of saying that. It's a corrupt mob of dickheads in power, but hey, if you want to say it politely, SD will say it another way. Unfortunately, the lobbying powers, special interest in the US, also in Australia, have subverted the effectiveness of those elected. Biggest problem. Well, that's a polite way of saying. Yep. It's getting late. I'm tired. I'm sore. Our politeness has gone out the door. Hey, lockpicking poet. I just did a poet. I just did a poem poet. I just rhymed it. I rhymed it. I did a rhyme. Still got it. Right, let's get a name on this one. An audit of US wasteful spending. Department of Government Efficiency. Ha ha. Wonder if, well, that'll be an interesting balance sheet, won't it, anyway? See where it all goes. That'll be interesting to see something like that in Australia. So 900 Aussie dollars is 568 US dollars. Okay, that's like today's exchange rate. So the Aussie dollar's coming up against the American now. That's good. So hopefully they'll dump the IRS and the ATF F&E. Get rid of the agencies that are set up to keep you poor. We just need pollies who mean what they say and say what they mean and don't cave in once they get into power, because they're all talk and absolutely no action here in Australia. Or they'll say, oh yeah, we'll do this, we'll do that, and we won't do this, we won't do that to get into power like the Labor did to the climate movement. Oh yeah, we're not going to do that, we're not going to open any more gas fields or oil fields. Yeah, we're going to listen to what the United Nations says, and they say we should stop all new oil and gas fields now. We're going to listen to them, and we might do some of that. Oh, they get into power. The big dollars of the lobbying, the fossil fuel industry's got their hooks in, haven't they? So, all of a sudden that goes out the window. Since Labor's been in power, they have approved over 100 new oil and gas wells in Australia, plus have approved a massive, massive gas project off of Western Australia for Woodside Energy. It is just as corrupt as can be. But that's just my opinion. For entertainment purposes only. Department of Government Efficiency is being run by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. Butchering your surname, mate. Sorry, don't know how to say it. Never heard it, so I don't know how to say it. I'd heard it, I don't know how to say it. Elon Musk. No, I don't know to sleep, not today. Too wired up, got stuck and started talking about climate. Let's keep it going. Let's kick it off. We're kicking off now. So you reckon a billionaire like Elon Musk, who grew up a billionaire, who has other people run their businesses and make them efficient. Don't forget how bad Tesla went just a few years ago. Is qualified to run a Department of Government Efficiency? Well, I suppose you don't need any quality if you're just cutting staff and trimming shit from here, there and everywhere. But are you looking at the public consequences of cutting things like schools programs or lunches or, I don't know, whatever else you're going to cut? I don't know what you're going to cut, just guessing. But the dollars have got to come from somewhere, and whenever there's budget cuts, they always cut it from the little people first, you know? The family payment goes, the childcare subsidy goes, you know, it comes from there first, and come from, let's start taxing the big companies that actually don't pay any tax here in Australia. No, we're not going to go after them. No, because they're our mates. We'll go after the little fellas. We can make up some dribs and jabs there, and it'll just look good on the balance sheet, you know. So I'm wondering, what's his mindset? Why does he think he can do the job? Come on, Elon, tell us. You work your ass off, do you? All right. Let's see you work your ass off at the DGE and do what you say you're going to do without harming, without your cuts harming the general community, the little people, you know, the ones that actually do all the work to run the country. How about you target your mates in big business? How about you trim the fat of the pollies and the big bonuses and all that sort of stuff? He lived at the Tesla factory for 2 to 3 years so he could oversee it better, be more hands-on, learn the trade. He didn't grow up a billionaire. I heard he grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. That's us Aussie means he grew up with big dollars. Slept under his desk on the production floor. He wanted to feel like a regular dude for once. Plan is to actually cut unnecessary bureaucracy. Well, believe it when I see it. And the cuts you make, the savings you make from doing those things, are you going to put that into the community, into schools, into healthcare, into housing, into homelessness, all the wars? You know, we've got drug wars, housing wars, friendship wars. There's a lot of wars going on. You're going to go into the wars? My opinion, for entertainment purposes only. The parents were rich, but they were more like low millionaires, order of magnitude less than billionaires. Okay, so you grew up with millions and not billions, but my bad, didn't grow up super rich, you just grew up rich. Yeah, that makes a big difference. So my question would be is, how do you actually treat your workers? Do they have full health care? Do they have bonuses? Do they have sick leave? Do they have bereavement leave? Do they have parental support when they have a baby? So do they get paternity and maternity leave? So, Elon, Mr. Musk, do you give your employees any of those things? All of them would show you're a stellar employer. Do you give them all of those? Do you pay them above the award wage? Do you have an award wage? Do you pay overtime? Or do you just expect people to do it because you've got them on a salary? Do you have a workforce that is full of casual workers so that you don't have to pay holiday pay, time and a half loading, things like that, sick leave? Because that's what they did here in Australia. They got their heads together and went, okay, there's one way we can reduce our payroll costs, we can reduce these costs, reduce those costs. We'll just turn everyone into a casual employee. It was near impossible to get a permanent position anywhere. When they did that, everyone all of a sudden was brought into the office and gone, yep, we're changing this and you're going to be called a casual employee now. But oh yeah, we know you've been here 10 years, so we're just going to do a subcategory and we're going to call it permanent part-time, because it makes it sound better than casual. So your permanent part-timers, well, they might get 3 days sick leave a year, no holiday pay. What do you do, Elon? Are you doing the right thing as a boss? Or are you doing your workers over? Are you bleeding them dry? What did you learn 2-3 years on the floor of your office? Or did you just learn how to run a business more effectively and efficiently and get the job done so you can push out a product to make more dollars? Did you learn anything else but that? Did you learn any of the little stuff that makes an owner of a business really a great owner to work for, and everyone wants to join your company? Are you one of those employees? Are you one of those employers? That'll be my question. You got people standing up for you in the chat. So, some people have liked what you said, but, you know, what's under the surface, Elon? Do you really give a shit? You're kidding me. The level of dollars earmarked and increasing taxable government spending such as ads, the level of earmark and increasing taxable government spending such as ads for and against cheese is one example. What? What? That sounds, what? That just doesn't sound right, does it? Cheese. A government advertising cheese. So it's about reducing the national debt. So you put more money into, more billions into military hardware. Yes, always examine the facts before derision, which is derision, which is why this is just my opinion. Not facts-based, it's opinion-based. For entertainment purposes only. Well, pay your workers well, treat them right. Hard schedule, what production targets and stuff, as long as they're realistic in not making your workforce work into the ground, giving them proper breaks. You get morning tea, lunch hour, afternoon tea. That you pay for. Because I know some businesses, if you take a lunch break, they take that half an hour off your docket. That's filthy. That's rude. Exactly. Ad hominem assumptions do nothing. I'm just saying what is going on here in Australia as compared to America. I'm wondering, do you have the same dead shits running the country as we have? They don't have any part-time employees. Well, that's good. He was the chief designer and engineer on SpaceX Falcon 9. What Elon Musk was. I didn't know he was cool. Didn't know he was more than just a pretty face. Yes, facts, evidence, matters of record versus gossip. Indeed. Good night. We're not Americans. We don't have the American facts. We've just got the Aussie facts. Ever heard of the Got Milk campaign? Doesn't ring a bell, but it might do if it give me some context to it. There's a national dairy advertising agency that every dairy farmer has to pay into every year to advertise milk, cheese, etc. It's because of prohibition. A lot of bars closed down and became ice cream parlours. All right. Then World War II came and we were producing ice cream like mad. Then the war ended and demand for dairy plummeted. So they brought in this, okay, we need to push it in the community. The way we push stuff in the community is through advertising. Now we've got telly. So you need to pay into a slush fund to pay for this advertising. Is that what you're saying? Box. The box and what? I have to use this box of locks. So the government subsidises the dairy industry by paying for excess production. What? The government subsidises the dairy industry. They pay them for excess production. Why would you oversupply the market? They turned it into cheese for 40 years. We had $1.5 billion of cheese in storage facilities. Are you kidding me? What? This is true, right? Like you're not trying to pull my leg, are you? This is fair income. They made the farmers overproduce milk, turn it into cheese, and then they had to store it somewhere. $1.5 billion worth of cheese. Cheese was being given away. Is this still going on now? Like in this day and age, is it still going on now? Or is it over and done with after Prohibition? Like, what? It's absolutely true. Oh my. Just when I thought the world was crazy enough, I find out it's been even crazier the whole time I've been in it. Well, who'd have thunk it? They didn't make them produce extra, it's just that if they did subsidise, if they did subsidise the industry, didn't subsidise the industry, it would have destroyed the industry. And it is still going on. So do you still give them free cheese? That's one of the craziest things I've ever heard. In addition to eat more cheese ads and don't eat cheese ads, all taxpayer fund. What? That's contradictory. So I'm popping bubble wrap. So you have ads to say eat more cheese that the farmer has to pay for, and then you've got ads that say don't eat cheese. Is that coming out of the same cheese slush fund that the farmers have had to put in since Prohibition? Ever heard Americans make jokes about government cheese? No. Only talk to Americans about lots. Hence Dodge, Department of, what was it? Government something? It's so insane that it goes against all logic. So my question is then, if there's this slush fund that they all have to pay into for the ads, which would be a substantial amount of money, does that mean that the farmers who are putting into this slush fund get a rebate at the end of the year when the interest earned on that slush fund, because you can bet someone's earning some interest on it somewhere, goes towards the farmers? They get a tax write-off since it's a business expense. So technically it doesn't cost them anything to do advertising, they just have to put money into this slush fund. So my question still stands. Who gets the interest made on the slush fund? Well, I really do hope that Mr. Musk is all that he says he is. Means what he says what he means. And a real difference can be made. That helps, especially the people that have been downtrodden the most through the capitalist systems that we've had to endure our lifetime. Sean says, think about how really crazy this is though. The government gives money to the farmer for excess milk. The farmers then use at least a portion of that money to pay the government for advertising. They pay the government to advertise them. But isn't that just out of one hand to the other hand? with the person in the middle not making the benefit at all. The government gets paid to advertise the milk. Good way to be spontaneous. Excellent. Don't disparage others without hard data to back it up, no matter what my leanings. Good way to be. Good way to be. But that, unfortunately, is not the society we live in. People are quick to jump to conclusions based on superficial stuff they're fed, and people just don't critically think or look deeper. The facts I've said today about the Australian government can all be backed up with fact. I'm just putting that fact in my opinion, but it's all backed up with fact. Search it, you can Google it yourself, it's all there for anyone to see. I'm not making this shit up about the Australian government. It's two hands passing the same money like 5 times. Jeez. No one's perfect, spontaneous, correct, but it's an important thing to remember. Yes, indeed, it is. And it is especially an important thing when you are not just giving your opinion about oh, geez, don't flick the thumb, that hurt the joint. Oh, she was a bit swollen. To not attack people personally. Attack their businesses, their ethics, their way. Don't attack personally. Attack their dodgy deals. Keep personal stuff out of it. Currently, we pay tax into Social Security, then when we need it, we have to give someone some of it right back in taxes. What? Alright, that's weird. So you get taxed on your benefits, your unemployment, disability, that sort of stuff. You get taxed on your benefits. Well, here in Australia, they do tax that sort of stuff, but only if you reach a certain threshold within a tax bracket. So if you don't reach that threshold within the tax bracket, then you don't have to pay any tax on that money. However, you can opt to pay tax on your disability and unemployment support. You can opt to pay tax on it so that you don't get caught out at the end of the year if you're not sure, if you'll be on it for a little while, then you'll get a job, then you'll get unemployed, you'll be on it for a little while, and you're not sure how you'll pan out at the end of the year as far as what tax bracket you'll be in, if you'll even have to pay tax. So you can always request that the tax be taken out. And then at the end of the year, if it is shown that you don't actually reach a tax threshold to be taxed, then that tax money that you've paid, it gets refunded to you from the government. G'day, lockpicking teen, how's it going? You picking any locks lately, mate? What you getting your pick into these days? There's no taxes on food stamps. Right, we are boxing up the parky locks. You're picking a Yale. Ooh, the Yale Kiwi. Ooh, that's something you really need to learn, isn't it? The Anarchy Kiwi. If you can pick a Yale Kiwi, you can pretty well pick a Schleg and no worries. Because it's the angle you have to go in on. You learn how to pick at that very top of the warding at an archy angle. Chat has just been informing me of some crazy policies in the United States of America regarding cheese. Huh? If you put that money into an IRA, which is the Inland Revenue people, I guess, in America, then you make an average of 10% on your money. If it turns out you need to pay taxes, you just out instead of letting. What? I think you're autocorrect is stuffing up what you're trying to say, Sean. The government earned that interest. Yeah, the government earns interest on your money all the time. You don't earn interest on the money you've been putting away at the tax department that you may then get back after. No, it doesn't work that way in Australia. Ooh, you might want to hold back on that lockpicking team. There's been a bit of okay, lockpicking team. Just what advice? Watch some videos on the reload set. People have been using it for a while and stuff. Have a look at what they say. Especially on those Sparrows progressive locks, they're not the duck scalps what you think they are. There's other things out there that can be better for you. Oh, an IRA is a type of savings account that invests in the stock market. Oh yeah, nothing can go wrong there. Yes. Nothing can go wrong there. Oh, money market account. Okay. Oh, IRA is for retirement. Right. Oh, like super here. I see. I thought your super was what they always talk about, like the 401k. I thought that was your super program. Super means superannuation here. Money put away that is also matched by the employer. Like I think it's 3%. You can opt for more, but only the 3% is matched by your employer. And then the government also puts in 3%, I think. Oh, it's been a long time since I delved into superannuation. Thanks, Spontaneous. No worries. Oh, yep, it is the 401k. That's your super. I'm not happy with that. Down there. Got to be done soon. Almost out of bubble wrap. Can't be good if I run out of bubble wrap. Oh, okay, your government doesn't put in anything. Oh, picking engineer as an Aussie would know 9% super on top of your pay. What's 9% now? When it was first introduced, back in the day, showing my age, it was 3%. I don't think the government realised that at that rate, they're just, and they did a tally on all the baby boomers who'd be retiring about now, back in the 80s, and they went, oh, street, we better up this because we're not going to be able to pay for that lot. They've got to be able to pay for their own retirement. That's how they build it. Pay for your own retirement. So instead of living on aged care pension, you pay for your own retirement out of your superannuation. That's the plan. Thanks, Sean. Whack that thumbs up. Tickle the fingernails. Tickle the notification bell. If you're enjoying the content, you're enjoying the ramble, hit the like, hit the subscribe, do all the good stuff. Or don't. Sean, mate, didn't know you knew about the drop bears, the killer drop bears. Yeah, mate. Luckily, I'm not in a leafy suburb, so I'm pretty safe. Oh, I forgot the key. You got more good news, Sean. Bring it on. I can do some good news. You own your own business. That's really cool to be your own boss. And you found an angel investor to give you 10k for new equipment. Is that angel investor? Angel investor to give 10 grand for new equipment. That is awesome. Awesome. Just make sure you don't have to sign your life away to get it. Some people want more for their dollars than just the good feelings to know that they are supporting a small business and helping further a need in the community. I'll look out for the fine print, mate. Yep, single line. %10 of what? Profits on that are made with the use of the new equipment, or everything thereafter the business does, or there before the business does. How long do they have their hooks in your business for 10 grand for? 10% on the 10,000. So, you're paying back. So it's just a loan. It's not an investor. Awesome. So no contractual control over your business. So that 10% is not compounding, that's good. Thank you very much. But I only have nice writing when my hands aren't tired and sore like they are now. Now it's getting pretty messy and I'm trying to keep it legible. Difference between sore hands and hands is not sore. Oh, we've got to be coming to the end now. Right. Get short on. Bubble up. Nasty. I asked him to make me this lock up with some bitting that'll challenge a Locksporter. That's what they made us. Yeah. Tell you what, I don't know about you, lock-picking engineer, but it's still hot. I'm still cooking in the lock. I've got a fan going. Can't even feel it. But it is hot still. I don't know what the temperature is right now, but it just seems hot and muggy. Oh no, Sean, you're going to be in bed for 8 to 12 weeks starting in March. Oh, back surgery. Oh. Yeah, it's going to be cool being a sideball. Or it would be if the implant would stop breaking. Yeah, it would be. Yeah. Technology. Just as long as you don't lose your feelings and reproductive ability as a sideball, you'll be alright. Right, let's see how we're cracking. Have we cracked it? Are we done? It's just a tiny little bit of bubble wrap left, so hopefully done. I've still got one more package to wrap when I get the locks on Friday. Hopefully on Friday, that's the plan. Pick them up at the airport. The lengths I go to, well, the lengths I put my family through to get new Locksport and some locks. Right, need another box. Hold it. Well, one of the good things about being laid up in bed with a bad back, hey, speaking from experience, which I will be any moment now once I hit the deck and go flat, my back is in spasm, my chest is in spasm, yeah, my neck's gone, my knee's gone, lost grip strength in my left hand, probably cracking on. I want to know that I have everything done before I close up the lock lab for tonight. Now, I box it. Box. Ah, mate! Oh, definitely do not even close that. That thumb is screaming at me now. Whew. Nothing like a rush of pain to wake you right up. I'm awake. Oh, leaning that on the phone, do that is probably not a good idea. Right, that rush of pain my thumb just went through is just one too many. I've definitely lost the use of my left hand, so I won't be holding another lock. So, I've got those. One for me, one for the GoFundMe giveaway. But I'll double check my list to make sure I've got that right and I haven't stuffed it up anywhere. If you're watching the stream wondering, hey, where's your name? You haven't seen your name. Check the other 2 or 3 streams. To do with the parky lock will be on the thumbnail. So you'll know which streams relate to the boxing up, the packaging of all the parky locks. And you can see your name there. Any issues, contact me via Discord, YouTube, or email if you're not. But if you contact me via email, then you have to send me a message on some other forum to tell me you've sent me an email. I never remember to check my emails. I don't use it. I'm not the sort of person that wakes up and first thing they do is check their social media and their emails. Don't do that. So let's I wonder if Paul's thrown in extra locked-in blanks, because they're just on his desk. He didn't know what was what, and he's just chucked them in, because I seem to have quite a few extra blanks. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2 go in those. 1 goes in the one I've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. That 9. There's not 9 locks left, so Paul must have chucked in some extra keys, so that's nice to have, extra blanks. They'll come in handy. So if you're watching the stream and wondering, what are we about? Well, we're about picking locks. Anything and everything to do with locks. We're having fun with locks. And this is how we do it. Part of it is our community participation component of Locksport, where we help people get locks they want. We create locks. We remember people that have passed away through different ways, making videos or creating a memorial lock like this one. We pick them, we explore them, we explode them. We play with pins. What are pins? They're the little things inside locks. We pull them out, have fun with them. That's them little beasties. Yeah, they're tiny, but we still have fun with them. You just gotta have a good pair of tweezers that won't flick them across the room, and you'll be right. It's a fun skill to have. It's what is today considered a life skill, as in, you never know when you need to pick your lock yourself out of a situation, because of not a good thing happening. Tomorrow is what day is it tomorrow? What day is it today? I've actually lost track of the days. I've been doing so many back-to-backs. Alright, today's Wednesday here in Australia. So it's possibly, no, it's probably clicked over to Wednesday overseas. It'll be Thursday in a few hours. So that's a couple of hours. So Thursday. No, if it's Thursday my time, it's Wednesday your time. Northern Hemisphere, it'll be Wednesday. Southern Hemisphere, it'll be Thursday. Thursday your time. Southern Hemisphere will be, no, Northern Hemisphere. Lady Locks live stream. Locksport Weekly. Regular Thursday Eastern Standard Time in America, which makes it Friday in Australia, because we're in the future. There'll be a 24-hour live stream coming up for New Year's Eve. If you want to jump on and hang with the community, you're most welcome to do so. We'll have people on the panel. We'll be picking locks. We'll be doing all sorts of stuff, showing off our locks. Eastern and Western Hemisphere. Yeah, that's good to know. Keyless entry is still around, mate. He moved to Discord like so many Locksporters do once they get established and stay there. They start on YouTube. They go for the belt system and stuff, and then they find Discord and they disappear. Yep, Lady Locks is Eastern Standard Time. Well, thank you everyone for getting me through this massive mail out. The mega Parky Lock mail out. Couldn't have done it without your company. Past the hours away. Well, hours away. We're cracking 5 hours on this stream. Well, we're past some hours away today. This is the second stream for today. We got done with the Parky Locks. One more lock to go. One more person's locks to go, and then, haha, I can clean up the lock lab, and that'll be fun. Oh, the puppy is asking a question. The question will be, take me to the loo. Right, so, duty calls. There's the puppy. Thanks for watching, everyone. Keep it Locksport legal. How do you do that? Well, you don't use the skills you learnt in Locksport for criminal activities. Get busted. Give Locksporters a bad name. Don't do it. Only pick locks not in use, that you own, that you have permission to pick. Stay legal. Temptation is everywhere.